believe that I am the best person for the job of President of the United States. My unique talents give me the ability to be assertive and diplomatic at the same time. I'm a person who will spike the conversation, who will get politics rolling and stimulate new questions and new answers to our current political dilemma facing our nation. I believe I have a keen understanding of the economy and how to improve where we're at relative to other nations around the world. I believe that our goal at America's Third Party was to create a very strong platform in which would propel the American people forward with new opportunities and a new possibility of creating a better nation, a cleaner environment, and less war. Best person for the job of President of the United States. My unique talents give me the ability to be assertive and diplomatic at the same time.
Good evening, everyone. Welcome to America's Third Party. I'm David Sponheim, and this is today Freedom Friday. We're going to be celebrating the history of our presidents. As you can see, I've got everybody's face on here except for Trump's. Yeah, when this came into print, I guess James Madison had this on the rack. I bought it last summer when I went to Washington, D.C., and we went out there near Charlottesville and visited James Madison's house, and I bought this amazing tie that has all the pictures of the presidents, except, of course, Trump. And that brings me to the question of, is he actually a president, or is he a person who rigged the election with Russia's help? I believe that we just experienced a massive amount of guests leave our room just now at iBlog. I just saw 6 or 7 different people knocked out just a second ago, which is another clear sign of censorship on this show. Yeah, and you saw it, I saw it, we all saw it. We're seeing a tremendous amount of censorship left and right on every level, because we are talking about a cutting-edge idea, a centrist political party in the middle of the political spectrum that unites the country and appeals to both the left and the right. And ironically, my ideas, which were stolen by Trump and now stolen by Bernie Sanders and Hillary Clinton, others have used my ideas, are still very much alive. And that's the important thing. We're not going to give up on a 1,000-mile fence, which is my idea, not Trump's. I measured the distance we need to cover across the country and the areas of vulnerability. Ironically, a man who was desperately in favor of actually getting rid of the fence, Beto O'Rourke, has just dropped out of the race. Beto wanted to get rid of our existing fence. I want to beef it up and build this beautiful fence, which could veritably be even 3 high, made out of containers. And we can build this for under $1 billion, which is an amazing solution, which Trump hasn't done. We've got over 800,000 containers empty in our ports around the country, very specifically capable. I'm going to go ahead and refresh here and see if this is working. McDundy joined. I've got 4 people over at Periscope. Thanks for coming in. I'm going to open up my Twitch show as well. We've got Twitch on as a side note at the Cool Rock Party site. We are also broadcasting at coolrock.com. If you guys have any problems reaching us, coolrock.com is a safe site to go to, even though it says, you know, it's not a HTTPS site, but not a lot of sites are. But coolrock.com has a really great layout. You can watch both chats at the same time and play music and have fun, draw pictures, play. I'll tell you about that in a little bit. Okay, hey guys. Stephen likes a big rush. Trump did nothing wrong. I don't know. I like Mixer too. I'm going to probably have a show with her. Okay. I wouldn't recommend voting for Trump because he is working for Putin. So, yeah. Unless you're working for Putin. Are you working for Putin over there? Kanye West went and gave some sculpture out in the middle of nowhere $10 million. And I just, it's some ridiculous sculpture that the guy's building. And I just said to Kanye in Twitter form, I tweeted him, I said, couldn't you just give people cash? I mean, how many homeless people would love to have $100? I mean, handing a 10 million to some weird sculpture guy is not exactly a smooth thing to do. Hello, David. My brother-in-law just got back from the Philippines. He says they play your show around 8 a.m. at all the breakfast areas, and they speak English there. 313 Dave, thank you very much for telling me. I wish Scissor Fight would believe that. He watches the show. He thinks you guys are trolling us. A lot of things that come in our show, many people just think are trolls. But I believe what you're saying, 313 Dave. I do. I've seen more than enough evidence on my end that shows me that the censorship is very real. I even saw all the guests removed before I even entered the iBlog show today. So Trump has spoken privately with Putin 16 times now. Remember, it was 7 times about a year ago. Now it's up to 16 times. So he's getting all of his messages, I'm sure. I'm sure he's getting all of his messages from Putin, and they tell him what to say and do. Our departure from Syria looks like a Putin move. It's not something that would necessarily be what I would do. I was going to fortify our position and leave a safe zone in the area between Turkey and Syria. I was going to actually have anti-ballistic capabilities for the Kurds. Trump just decided to pull out all of a sudden and depart, and then didn't even cover all the issues of the oil wells being guarded, and then a day later starts telling people he's going to guard the oil wells. Very confusing policy. And by the way, we still don't even know who's profiting from those oil wells. Nobody knows. No, not one person in the media knows. I'll get to that in a second, Max. But Trump pulled out, and it looks like he's doing it all for Russia, so that Russia can regain their position there. And scary enough, we've got 50 high-level nuclear-tipped weapons that are very dangerous in Turkey, that Turkey possesses, because Turkey is a member of NATO, which I would say they were reluctantly given their position in NATO over the many years. Many people didn't trust Turkey, and now they're sitting on 50 nukes, which could very easily be handed over to Vladimir Putin if Putin strikes a deal with Erdogan. It does look like Putin's leading the entire Middle East policy now through Syria. Donald Trump has caved in on all levels. We had a troubling little piece a couple troubling little pieces today. It turns out that Trevor Noah of Comedy Central, he actually, The Daily Show, the guy who took over for Jon Stewart, this token black minority guy who's not funny in my opinion, really stepped out of his box there and started talking directly to Hillary about her involvement in killing people, like Epstein. Yeah, let me play you the clip.
How did you kill Jeffrey Epstein?
Yeah, I'll play it for you in a second. Hang on. I just played it just a second ago. It's weird the way that Trevor Noah is trivializing something so important as the Clinton body count. And it looks like Clinton's getting ready to run again because she's out there in front of everybody flat out joking about it. Look at this.
How did you kill Jeffrey Epstein? Because you're not in power, but you have all the power. I really need to understand how you do what you do. Because you seem to be behind everything nefarious, and yet you do not use it to become president. What is the game plan?
Well, Trevor.
But honestly, though, what does it feel like being the boogeyman of the right?
Well, it's a constant surprise to me.
Like, I don't think that she murdered 50, but like, what if she murdered 2? And so you just think it's this like constant erosion.
It's like a bad dream that she can't wake up from. A requiem for a dream. They're laughing about who murdered Epstein on late night television. It seems like Hillary's back. She's coming back. They're trying to soften the entry, if you will. And
that's Ron Johnson of Stranger Than Fiction News, and he's got a video. We'll be playing more of that later tonight. Yeah, so Trevor Noah is making a joke about something as important as the Clinton body count without actually talking about it. Now, there's over 150 people dead who knew top information about the Clintons that were going to testify, but ended up dying instead. I don't know if there's ever been a larger preponderance of evidence against a group of people like the Clintons than there is now. But yet, Trevor doesn't even mention the Clinton body count. He just talks about Jeffrey Epstein. This is a case of Jeffrey Epstein clearly not being dead. This is the picture of Jeffrey Epstein. Clearly it isn't him. His dead body has a curved nose, a high cheekbone that's bruised, and an ear that doesn't match his ear. Very strange. And yet our government and the coroner and the other backup coroner both said it was Jeffrey Epstein. The backup coroner, Michael Baden, has actually come forth and said now he thinks that Jeffrey Epstein was murdered. Well, no, the guy that is dead was murdered. That's clearly a case of a person who was beaten to death. The bruising on the cheek. Why would he say otherwise in the beginning? Why is he now flipping his testimony? Because what they do is they take a lie and then they add another lie to it. It happened with Abbottabad and Osama bin Laden. They made a lie about these people being there, claiming they'd watched the location where Osama bin Laden was for 5 years when it was just 5 months. And then they claimed that nobody died on the ground when an entire attack helicopter worth $1.5 billion was demolished. Nobody could live through that. And then they claimed that, Abbottabad was a success. We got Osama bin Laden and they dumped his body over the Carl Vinson in the North Arabian Sea. Turns out they pulled the same thing last week with Baghdadi, with Trump. Right around the time of the president's popularity is waning, they pull this out of the bag. The CIA has these contingency plans all laid out so they can just go there. And al-Baghdadi, we have evidence that he died 6 times before. News evidence that he'd already died before. So why he died again, we don't know. We do know now that because it's a major story, people are going to believe it. Okay, the link is legit. Thanks, Arnold. Vaughn claims there's just 60 people here. The internet is not something, that is what you think it is. Mark controls the hit counter completely on his end, just like YouTube controls all the hit counters on their end. And there's not one person, an ombudsman or some sort of an oversight conducted at YouTube. Nobody's there to say, hey, your hit counter has been altered. Our hit counter has been altered for years. Our subscriber number has remained the same in 9 years, and I've done over 20,000 hours of broadcasting directing people to our site. I wouldn't doubt it. Yeah. There's not 400 billion people in India, sorry. And then we have people that come in and write these ridiculous things that make no sense. And a lot of people think that I'm just being trolled constantly by people. Yeah. So Arnold Sportswigger, you're not sounding credible. There's not 400 billion people in India, so I'm going to mute you for a while. Somebody asked, how has the internet changed in the time you've been doing this? Well, Blog TV and AOL and all these things are all closed down. I missed your question, Shadow. Let's take a look. Dave, where did the tree people in your stream last night go? We are the tree people. We did a great broadcast last night where Sarah played a living tree and I played a stump, the Trump stump. It was fun. I had a lot of fun. But you can't have fun every day. You know, there's certain limitations on how much fun you can have. So we have to get back to business here. They were cute. You know, I actually had a stump in front of me for half the show. It was hard to construct it, and I put it out in my yard. So it's covering up one of my planters. It looks great. I've got my rosemary emanating from my stump now. Looks good. Well, Justin became Twitch, but Justin had its coding, and when we left Blog TV, somebody came in our show and said, hey, go to this place called Vaughn. And we did, and Vaughn was barely up and running when we got in here. We brought over 1 million viewers to Vaughn, and now he wants us to believe that we only have 60 people in the room. We've had hundreds of thousands in the room every night, and he's turning them back with a vigor because Mark gets money from the people that censor me. I believe that's how Mark makes most of his money. That's just my personal belief. No, I'm not going to sell the stump. It's a nice stump cover. It'd be too hard to ship. Why do people think Justin TV died when it got bought by Bezos and made into Twitch? Because Justin TV did die. It was turned into Twitch. No, Mark wasn't very rich back then. When we first came into the show, he was just struggling to take the code that he had gotten as I guess a helper at Justin and take it and modify it into what it is today. But he hasn't done a lot of work on the code except to convert and migrate to HTML5, which iBlog has not done. Now, at the end of next year, the end of December 2020, we won't be able to use Flash. We'll have to all have HTML5. So we're actually working on getting new shows developed in other venues, but we haven't yet found the right venue. I believe Mark is very wealthy now. I believe he's made a huge amount of money on the backs of our show. Yeah, and I don't even go in the IRL section, but I should be in the IRL section. Right now, our Twitch group is down to 3 people because I'm in just chatting. And one guy doesn't really like us, and he's just hanging out. I just kept him in there. But Twitch is starting very slow. I almost think I should do an ASMR show where I put the microphone next to my ear and play with my ear. I could probably do an ASMR show and trim the hairs on my ear, which are growing right now. I'm going to go do that in the other room. But if I did an ASMR show, it'd be much better. Because only MRs watch it. Yeah. I do have pics of my costume. Yep. We have a whole series of them. Let me put together a slideshow of my show last night. I didn't get a chance to do that. And I'll get to some of the other issues pending. Yeah, I have the pictures right here. Just have to piece them together. It shouldn't take me more than a few minutes. Or a minute at the most. Stump, it's called. Okay, we've got Stump 1. One through 10. And I'll put them out there for y'all to look at. This is of a t-shirt somebody was working on, a True Blue. But This was the show. It was pretty much hilarious. Let me see if I can get him a little faster, like 5 seconds. Yeah, so I made all kinds of faces and had a Trump stump. I had the Trump stump image. We did a lot of video, a lot of mixed media stuff. That was pretty cool. There I was there. There's Sarah and I with a tree stump. Tree and a stump. She went as a tree and I went as a stump. True Blue did this whole thing. Yeah. Nice hair, yeah. It was great. I've got all kinds of hair. Beautiful hair. I know, running a website like this is difficult. I'm sure Mark has to go through a lot just to get this done, but you look at the way he makes money, and the people that pay for ads, they don't pay much at all. So I'm doing okay, Dave. The people that do advertising on these sites don't pay him a lot, so it's highly unlikely he makes his money there. And I know that there's not a lot of VIP users, so I have to assume that Mark doesn't have a lot of people paying for his little icons, like his GIFs. I think they're like $25 a piece to do like a GIF like that. He makes money there, but it certainly doesn't cover the server costs. And many people are wondering how he makes the money on the servers. Well, he's loaded. He's got tons of money. That's my opinion about him. Arnold Sportswigger says the Ashkenazi Mossad pays Vaughn $400 million a year to troll and censor Dave. You know, I don't doubt that at all. I really believe that Mark has put together almost $1 billion. I don't know about the 1,000-foot yacht, but I think you're making that up. But you want to cut back on the BS and tell the truth? That'd be great. A Whack-a-Trump costume? No, I'm going to just go with the idea that was the Trump stump year. I don't think we're going to be dealing with Trump next year. I think we'll be dealing with Pence. Yeah, and we'll be coming up on the election in a couple days. I think Trump's going to resign in the next couple of months. I'm pretty sure. It's starting to look more and more guilty of his involvement. When he said there's no quid pro quo, and then Mike Mulvaney, his chief of staff, said there is quid pro quo, and now we're finding from 12 witnesses during the House discovery period that not only was there quid pro quo, but Donald Trump redacted the testimony that they have on a tape. And not only did he redact it and eliminate the word Biden, but get this, his new attorney has locked the tape up in a highly classified lockbox, a video lockbox, so no one can get to it. He did this with a few things already. We talked about the whistleblower that they know for there's a lot of questions whether this is the guy that started the whole thing, but assuming this is the guy, I don't know. I'm going to assume that he's under some protection so that he can hide or not be known. But it's out in the media now that Eric Ramella, is the class of 04 Connecticut prep student, moved on to Yale and then the White House, that he's the guy. And he was an Obama layover. And he happened to be in the next room when Donald Trump was making the phone call to President Zelensky. And because Donald Trump's phone calls are oftentimes very private and no one can listen in, not even the NSA, because he's got cell phones, burner cell phones in the White House. No other president's ever got this. This guy was the one that Donald Trump accused of being like a spy. So I hope he's safe. I don't want what happened to Seth Rich happen to this guy. Remember what happened to Seth Rich? Nobody bothered to investigate that, not even Mueller. It's more than likely that Mueller was part of the I do like Ed Sheeran. I know Sarah likes it. I'm going to add that to the list tonight. Thank you. Mueller was part of the possible cover-up because Mueller didn't follow up on the Paul Manafort second trial. He never bothered, and he didn't even know that Jared Kushner had reached out to the Kremlin. According to his testimony, Robert Mueller didn't know that Jared Kushner had reached out to the Kremlin to get private communication prior to the election. That's a seriously disturbing fact that Mueller didn't even know that. According to his testimony, he was unaware of that, yet it was all over the news. So Mueller did a very sloppy job, and his 448 pages that maybe other people put together really has not been seen completely. There's still 9% that's been redacted. So while we're standing here deciding, well, Trump is not guilty, it's all a Russian hoax, it's all fake news. If you're still in that department thinking that it's all fake news, we haven't even seen the rest of the 448 pages Mueller came up with, and even that. And even that was an absolute joke. Having barely done his job, Mueller should be charged with a crime, in my opinion. How dare you? What Trump does and doesn't have in common with Hitler? We'll find out. Yeah, I'm concerned about that one clip that I had as well that I seem to have lost. Let's see if it's there. Here it is. This is from Max, and I had to open it up in the incognito section. I got a tip yesterday from Final about using incognito, which you access at Google by hitting Control-Shift-N, and it can get rid of those blocks that Washington Post throws at me. Thank you very much, Final. Trump has spoken privately with Putin at least 16 times. Here's what we know about the conversations. These conversations have been the subject of scrutiny and speculation, given the Kremlin's interference in the election that brought Trump to power. Now, with Trump's private interactions the subject of a broader scandal after the release of a partially rough transcript of his July 25th conversation with Ukraine's president, Trump's conversations with Putin are being viewed with renewed interest. Adam Schiff, he said that the Congress is particularly interested in finding the records of Trump's calls with Putin, especially if they have been stored in an unorthodox way. The Kremlin initially said it did not want the conversations made public, though Putin said Wednesday that he would not be against it. Accounts of Trump's private conversations with other senior Russian officials have already drawn criticism, including one in the Oval Office in which Trump said he was unconcerned about Kremlin's election interference. The remarks prompted the White House to limit access to the remarks, former officials told the Post. So they've got a timeline of all these calls. All these private calls, not one call has been seen by anybody. 16 calls made, all of them secret. Whether Putin doesn't care or not, he probably knows that we're not going to get access to these. Remember when Putin fired Comey the next day? The very next day, he called the Russians to come in and join him. And they brought in the TASS news service. And they went ahead and videotaped it in Russia. We don't even know what he said to those Russian diplomats. To this day, we don't know. Isn't that weird that he'd bring in the TASS news service and talk to two diplomats? Very strange. Okay, what Trump does and doesn't have in common with Hitler. Okay, we're going to leave this whistleblower behind and go here. Fascism is once again near, but the comparison with Nazi Germany doesn't hold up. Okay. You know, this is almost too much to take in right now, and I'll read it later. I'd rather read the news. GOP lawmakers guide a White House grappling with closed-door impeachment. People are wondering, the Republican Party, why they are not privy to everything, and there are Republicans there. They're in testimony, but they're guiding a White House grappling with closed-door impeachments. Trump doesn't have a defense team. Trump acts like he's been blindsided and hasn't had any time to prepare for defense against impeachment. He has Giuliani and some other guy that just put all these records and the redacted tape under classified, which is not legal. I mean, they're holding back records now. They're obstructing justice at the White House. But as House Democrats build their case for impeaching Trump through a succession of closed-door depositions, a pair of Trump's closest allies in Capitol Hill are quietly offering guidance. Mark Meadows and Jim Jordan, members of the conservative House Freedom Caucus, have been informally helping attorneys in the White House counsel to sort through publicly reported aspects of the testimony. So apparently these are the guys giving him help now. So Trump had to go to the House Republicans who are zealots who absolutely believe that Trump could do no wrong, even though he's got all kinds of evidence against him. It's beyond belief. You know, I think the Republicans are clinging to power. They're refusing to look at Trump's misdeeds. And everyone's just simply rubber stamping him as though, oh, it's all a Russian hoax. Okay, Arnold, you're going to out of here. We don't take lies from you like this. Is the U.S. literally funding terrorists? You know, there's pretty much strong evidence to suggest that a lot of the Pentagon's activities were to create the need for war. Yeah. This is no make-believe story. This is real. And we have pretty good evidence that this is happening right now. Take this, for example. This statistic came out a while back, but it's worth looking at. So the Pentagon was paying a PR firm $540 million to make those green screen beheading videos. Remember when we saw like a bunch of them all at once? And then we haven't seen any green screen beheading videos since? Well, they realized that they were doing such a bad job of faking the whole thing that it started popping up. And there's evidence that John McCain was involved with some of these ISIS terrorists when they were funding them. Oh, yeah. As if this doesn't get any weirder. This is the truth about Syria. Who's behind it? Groups and individual donors within these nation states have vested interest in keeping the war on terror alive and well for as long as possible so as to further their agendas. Financial gain, arms sales, control of regional resources, engineering of political and racial tension, justification for mass surveillance and monitoring of the global population, and centralization of power. And these are the primary agents that were funding this clandestine operation. And one of the big questions out there is ISIS really just an acronym for Israeli Secret Intelligence Service? These Zionists have been running point on our foreign policy for a long, long time, and we haven't even taken a look at it. Our government's been turning a blind eye to this. Yeah. Why didn't they jail Hillary? You still never found that out. Donald Trump never followed up on jailing Hillary. They're good friends. Donald Trump would never, ever go after Hillary. He likes her. They're good friends. Yep, so Trump's call with the Ukrainian president is actually under scrutiny now. So the White House finally released a transcript, but now we're finding out that the transcript of his call with Zelensky has been doctored and redacted to not include the word Joe Biden. This is apparently the President Zelensky transcript that's been redacted. There are pieces in it missing. And all of anything related to Joe Biden is missing. So it's like Trump obstructed justice and had the thing documented, but had it redacted so that we never even see the truth that he did do a quid pro quo. He wanted to truly find out Joe Biden's dirt in order to give the $400 million to the Ukrainian president. So he was holding our government support of Ukraine in abeyance until he had dirt on Joe Biden, his opponent, which is classic and definitely an impeachable offense. It's a misuse of power. And we also know that Trump is engaged in cheating in the election. Robert Mueller, who refused to exonerate Trump, for a good reason, because there's a lot in the 8 or 9% of that document that's not seen by anybody. But Robert Mueller actually believe that Trump Okay, settle down, Ann. You guys are upset because you've been supporting a guy who's working for Russia, and it's finally starting to click in your head. Yeah. Finally. So much stuff coming in, it's crazy. So I don't understand why, I know you don't support anyone at this point, but I understand why a lot of you people, Republicans, feel a little let down. And there are people who are trying to scramble and to help Donald Trump, but it's a sinking ship. There's no way you can help a guy who 12 officials have openly said that Trump did connect Biden to that money. So we've never been in a more obvious situation. If you Republicans don't wake up, we're going to see you as traitors to this country. I truly believe that you're just foolish for believing him. I'm not blaming you at this point. But if you don't wake up to the fact that Donald Trump lies incessantly about everything, then if you didn't see my show last night, go to YouTube and watch it. We exposed the flip-flopping of Donald Trump on a big level, and we certainly showed you how completely deceptive he's been about almost every issue. But if you still believe him, then with all the warnings in place, then I have to assume that you Republicans are traitors because you want to cling to power as opposed to do the right thing. Okay, I'm not going to attack you, though. I need your help more than anything. A lot of you like Donald Trump's ideas, but bear in mind, a lot of them are my ideas. And when you back Donald Trump, you were actually backing my ideas. So I'm not abandoning the 1,000-mile fence. I've actually got a great idea to make it cheap and affordable, like I said earlier. The 1,000-mile container fence can be done for under $1 billion. We can get this thing built in 2021 if we have to. But I need your help to make that all possible. I need you to start thinking about a third party. And the good thing I'm offering all of you Republicans is I'm not going to ever discuss gun control. Ever. Gun control is off the table. And those are my words, not Donald Trump's. He's the guy who's using my words. When I said gun control is off the table, I meant it. A couple days later, he said that background checks are off the table. Well, I agree. Background checks are off the table as well. I don't want to push that agenda anymore. I was for a while, but I'm not anymore. And I won't either. So we will eliminate the discussion of gun control, and that could eliminate your concern for the Democrats right there. We'll also be making sure that you have ample freedom of speech. And many of you conservatives are getting knocked off YouTube. You're getting your entire site knocked down. And I will do everything I can in my power to monopoly bust YouTube and Google, or at least get an ombudsman to oversee their activities. They're getting away with unbelievable censorship there at YouTube. And nobody's watching what they're doing. Not one government official working for us, the people, are in there saying, hey, by the way, you're not allowed to keep knocking these conservative, patriotic channels down. But there are countless people that do that. I'm not going to ban him. I like Eric. Just because you don't like him, that's your problem. We got a lot of left versus right and right versus left going on in this room. That's the nature of what the centrist party is all about. We're also offering a fig leaf of solutions to Republicans by saying we're not going to be like the Democrats and tax and spend. We're not going to hit you with cap and trade legislation. You're not going to have to be paying extra for your piece of meat like Bernie Sanders wants. Everyone who wants to buy meat is now looking at like $9 for a piece of meat, and Bernie wants to double that cost and add a carbon tax. And so does Elizabeth Warren and countless other Democrats. Bernie wants to get rid of your car, your infrastructure, the thing you use to go to work. No way. I will never get rid of vehicles. We'll filter the muffler systems, but we won't get rid of them. And I don't believe that the Democrats are onto any real good ideas with all electric vehicles either. They're pretty much toxic in and of themselves. All electric vehicles are incredibly toxic. Solar panels are toxic. The Democrats don't have any concern about the real long-term effects of the environment. They're not doing a damn thing to clean up the environment. All they're doing is pitching an idea called cap and trade legislation, which is proven to not work. But look at how toxic these chemicals are in solar panels. Cadmium telluride. copper indium selenide, cadmium indium gallium selenide, silicon tetrachloride. That's dangerous stuff. Now, there's a company that makes completely natural panels called BioSolar. And these are the new innovations that will be completely futuristic. Naturally derived, high-capacity silicon anode technology. Much lower cost to the environment, and these are the future. But the Democrats don't even talk about the end result of all their stupid activities. Taxing and spending is another thing they do. We don't want to just tax and spend, tax and spend. I will come up with a budget for every single program that is affordable, and we will have a testing phase where we test it out to see if it can get a return on investment. And if our programs don't get money back, even the Homestead Renewal Plan to build up houses, we'll come up with a better plan. We'll scrub it and move on. But the Democrats don't have this concept. We have a concept where we can flex with every single thing that we do and adjust it to meet the demands of the taxpayer base. They don't. The Democrats don't want to monitor their spending. And they don't have any real solution to the advent of technology like drone technology. Barack Obama authorized 30,000 drones to fly above our heads. What did the Democrats say? Nothing. They didn't even bother talking about it. They seemingly rubber-stamped 30,000 drones flying over our head. Barack Obama hasn't helped our country in any way, yet the Democrats still cling to the belief that he helped with Obamacare. In fact, it costs $350 billion more per year now. And doctors are swapping their Lexuses for Teslas. Across the country, we're seeing money grabs. And get this, Elizabeth Warren is coming up with a plan in her mind. She published it yesterday, where somehow she's going to come up with trillions of dollars to pay for Medicare for all. Trillions of dollars, and won't raise the tax rates for the middle class. I cry BS. I think she is a complete and utter liar. There's no way that they can even balance the budget. How are we going to come up with $52 trillion to pay for Medicare for all? And all the while they say they're not going to raise healthcare costs. Well, they aren't the one raising healthcare costs. Doctors and providers and hospitals which are ripping you off are the ones raising and jacking up your rates. They don't have any accountability, the Democrats. They literally just want to have a blank check, and you, the taxpayer, are going to suck your money out of your pocket right into their pocket. And like I said, they don't have any plan for automation. Now, I have a basic income plan, which I came up with ahead of Andrew Yang, ahead of everybody else in America, and we call it the Baseline Plus. You support Medicare for all? Well, if you're old and you support Medicare for all, then don't worry, you're going to have Medicare. Medicare for all is beyond our wildest comprehension. We can't afford to pay the high prices of healthcare like we're paying now. We just can't. I have a plan to get an infrastructure bank built, offering 2% loans to U.S. businesses hiring U.S. citizens at a living wage of $15 an hour. The Democrats don't have this plan. I've got a plan to get everybody who isn't collecting a check right now, who's a U.S. citizen, and I don't care what your income is. You could be a stockbroker making $150,000 a year or more. I'll still offer you $500 a month with this plan. Andrew Yang doubled it to $1,000. I say I'll give you guys 1111 across the board, including those of you collecting Social Security and disability. I'll give you all a matching amount of 1111 if Andrew Yang wins the Democratic ticket. But I'm 99.9% sure Andrew Yang will not win the Democratic ticket. Oompa Loompa, there I was. Classic picture of Trump's stump last night. Early on in the show, the Oompa Loompa guy came out. I emerged from a stump that I pulled out of my yard, and it was a pretty nice show. It was a fun show. It's too bad I can't show you a picture of it. Darkness. Besides New Hampshire, Northeast state, do you see going Republican in the near future? No. No. I don't think Texas is going to go. No, do you see New Hampshire? You know, Maine has looked like a possible Republican vote, but there's a lot of backlash in Maine right now, Darkness. Yeah, Maine is angry that their independent Republican-leaning governor won't legalize marijuana. Yeah. Texas has gone blue in the past, but highly unlikely that they're going to go for gun control. So whoever's running against anybody, Ted Cruz is bound to win again. Beto, by the way, and I said it earlier, just dropped out of the race, Beto O'Rourke. And it's good he did, because we're getting tired of Beto O'Rourke's, BS, wanting to tear down the wall and start gun control. He had a criminal record. Beto shouldn't even be in politics. He has a criminal record, and he's a burglar. He married a woman with $12 billion in money, family money. That's why he ran, I guess. But Beto just gave up the race. He's not going to come. And he made a lot of money. I mean, he made, what, $18 million? Kamala Harris is pretty much running out of money. She's $2 million in arrears. So she's tightening up her budget. Kamala Harris is. But even her staff is taking cuts in pay. That's happening. I'm putting that picture in my collection, Mad Dog. Yeah, I didn't have it. That's Stump 10. Thank you. Great eyebrows. Yeah, I don't normally have big eyebrows, but yeah, air cleaners are needed now. I agree. Max, you're just throwing links at me. I can't keep up with them. I do pretty well, but you just threw me 3 hard links. I'm running maximum speed. My computer is like, I come into the show with 25 links open already. I'll take all those links, but let's cut back a little bit right now. Thanks. Not that I appreciate your links, but I mean, I can only absorb so much. Yeah, Andrew Yang wants 1,000 per adult. I want 1,111 per adult. I want to up it to 1,111. But only if Andrew Yang wins the nomination. Otherwise, it's going to be 500 per U.S. adult. If you collect Social Security or disability, you won't get the extra money. I carefully analyze the numbers that I'm going to be dealing with. And even this amount will be helping eliminate welfare. We're going to phase welfare out slowly. But it'll eliminate welfare, and that's something no other president's ever done. It will also make sure that everybody has a basic minimum. A lot of the people who will benefit will be veterans who are currently homeless. We got people who are collecting homeless, or who are not collecting any money as veterans because they didn't have a retirement plan, and they're homeless now. So we can't just leave the veterans with nothing. $500 a month is better than nothing. It's not great, but it's better than nothing. This is how much we can afford and not impact the economy. But at 1111, Andrew Yang's plan, it would cost, or 1,000 a month, or even 1111 plan, will cost pulling money from the military, big time. Well, your banana nut bread can be getting a lot of calories. If you do get banana nut bread, try to limit your intake. I gained like 40 pounds on banana nut bread. I was going through a pretty stressful time in my life. My father was dying and my mother had died. And I would make these big banana nut breads. Sarah would make 8 loaves. And I swear I finished them all off in 1 week. I think the other people ate 1 loaf. I ate 7. Well, I can tell you, the poundage started just adding and the stress. I would use banana nut bread as a stress relief. And it was good. But man, 40 pounds is hard to lose once you gain it. So I had to lose that. I was up to 260. You too, you're gaining weight? Okay, here we go with Max's links. We'll kind of get through them as we can. Brazil blames devastating oil spill on a Greek flag tanker. Ship carrying Venezuelan crude was only a vessel in an area at a time. An oil spill, devastating. Wow. A Greek flagged shipping carrying Venezuelan crude was the source of an oil spill, which tarred thousands of kilometers of coastline over the past 2 months. That's terrible. It appears to have spilled the crude about 420 miles off Brazil's coast between the 20th and 29th, bound for Singapore with oil loaded at Venezuela's San Jose terminal. Wow. That's a lot of oil to be in the middle of the ocean. That's terrible. I'm so sorry to hear that. And Greta Thunberg, another story from her. Meeting to help Trump understand climate change would be a waste of time. It would. Good. I'm glad she's finally realized that. And here's Jane Fonda.
I'm aware of the fact that individual choices like that can't be brought to scale fast enough to get us where we need to be. So I was asking myself, well, what can I do more? And Greta Thunberg, the young Swedish student who went on the school strike every Friday, she really moved me. And then I read a book by Naomi Klein, her last book called On Fire, The Burning Case of for a Green New Deal. And those two things made me realize that I had to put myself on the line to join with the things that the students are doing and Greta's doing to heighten the sense of urgency.
Well, yeah, I mean, Hanoi Jane didn't really stop the Vietnam War, but Hanoi Jane is out again doing the same thing and expecting different results. All I know is that Greta is a ploy by George Soros. What she should be talking about is ending weather modification programs like geoengineering and solar radiation management and stratospheric aerosol injection. Then climate change will stop. So Greta isn't speaking the complete story. She's not telling the whole truth and nothing but the truth. Greta is basically a shill for George Soros' tax plan to screw us out of financial gain in America and around the world. All of us are going to bear the brunt of these people literally spraying us like insects. So we sit here every day and look out in the skies. We see the skies textured with large lines of clouds. And some people just dispense with the idea that they're just, condensation. No, they're chemicals, and they're being dumped on our head. Our beautiful nature is being tainted by the chemical destruction around us. I'm not making this up. In fact, we've seen such a serious problem over the past 20 years that now we are seeing rapid climate change, or climate problems. I'll call it that because many of you people are always worried about the word climate change. The Republicans react whenever you say climate change. Oh no, we're entering an ice age. Yeah, we are entering an ice age, but we're also creating an inversion layer with all of this chemical. These are heavy metals like barium and aluminum. Silver iodide is used to create clouds, and then barium and aluminum dry and desiccate the air, evaporate. The water disappears. All this technology is weather modification technology created by Nikola Tesla and has been relatively top secret from our view as people on this planet. There are things that I could show you that even I don't have answers to. They're going on in the skies above us. So believe me, it's a very big and strong, incredible story that gets deeper and deeper as you go into it. But I can tell you on the cursory level, something's not right about the weather and the air that we breathe. Something's very off. Greta's too young to know anything about the problem. Yeah, I agree, Chucklehead Charlie. They fed the script to Greta. She basically has to read off a script wherever she goes. And don't post things related to Anne tonight. Thanks. David, how long did you know Sarah on the web before you two got together finally? Is it possible to meet someone online and have it work? It is. But, I mean, I had this conversation with Misanthropy last night. He was, he's not in the room right now, but he was wondering, how Sarah and I get along and what that's all about. And Sarah and I don't agree on a lot of perceptions of the world. We differ on many different levels. But we agree on how to fix the world. And we also agreed on building this third party together. And we wrote a book together, Hybrid Capitalism. But she doesn't see the world through the eyes that I see the world through, and that's true with everybody. And you shouldn't just dispense with a relationship because you may disagree about vaccines. Some people have broken up over that subject, believe it or not. I know. And in no way should you dispense with a beautiful life with a person who you care about because you may differ on conspiracy theories. So I'm urging everybody to not break up over these discussions we have here. Because I love her and she loves me on a much more personal level. Not that conflict level where we may differ on a couple issues. But I met Sarah for about 6 weeks online before I said, I really need to visit you. 6 weeks we were talking. I started chatting with her on a chat room that no longer exists called VP Excite on the Excite network, similar to AOL back in 1998. And then we shared our phone number after I sent her a clip of my voice. And she said, yeah, your voice sounds okay, so we could talk. So she then gave me her phone number and I called her. And after 6 weeks of calling her back and forth, I said, I'm coming down to visit you just to get to know you better. And I drove down to California and made many trips to kind of like go through that whole process of meeting. And it took, many trips to really lock in on a relationship that was meaningful. But if you don't have the guy come to you and you ladies expect to go to them, it's not going to work out. And I know that sounds like I'm gender typing here, but women should wait for the guy to perform their worth to make you feel like you're special, and by them coming to visit you, not the other way around. I've seen that happen the other way around, and it always goes bad. Now, Hillary's in here worrying that I am growing in popularity, and you actually believe you're going to win the popular vote, Hillary? Well, go ahead and say that to yourself or whoever, whatever dark demon you worship, but it's not going to work out for you, Hillary. It's already in the cards. I'm going to win the presidency. You can't stop me. And I won't stop. It may not be this cycle. It may be another one. I'm not worried, though. An entire drone fleet has been grounded by our government. Wow. I guess there's problems with the drones. Didn't know that we had some breaches in our drone security. Well, let's be clear. Yeah, I'm done with Jane Fonda. We can pass on her. Let's take a look at the drones real quick and I'll move on. Entire drone fleet grounded by a U.S. government agency. More than 800 drones have been grounded by the U.S. Department of Interior over concerns they could be used to aid Chinese spying. Whoa. Wow. All grounded drones were made in China or used Chinese parts. Oh my goodness. The call to stop using the autonomous craft was made by the Interior Secretary David Barnard, who also ordered a review of the security risks they pose. Only drones helping in emergencies will be allowed to fly. That's really good news. Well, that's good. Yeah, it turns out that a lot of Chinese technology has been compromised. It is scary, I know. You know that Jeff Bezos lost the $10 billion account. Amazon did not win the $10 billion cybersecurity account. Microsoft did. And I'm not sure why the government directed their attention to Microsoft, but I know that I've been vocally against Amazon for some time, and so is Donald. He watches our show. The whole discussion about the USPS rates that Donald brought up, that was my discussion years before he ever got to it. And I didn't expect him to drop the issue. He dropped the issue because obviously he's got the impeachment to deal with. But I would have really gone after Amazon and shown that their rates have to be at least commensurate with the rest of the population. Right now, an Amazon package ships for about $2, whereas you and I pay $20 for the same package. That's just not fair. And Amazon made a lot of money on the backs of our USPS losing money. Simply buying Whole Foods, that was $14 billion. That was handled with the money he made off our USPS losses. So we, America, should almost own Whole Foods. He shouldn't own it. There are penalties, and I'm not as harsh as Bernie Sanders, but I am harsh toward Amazon. Bernie Sanders wants to dig $9 billion into their tax for next year. They didn't pay any tax last year. Amazon used all kinds of these tax credits and deductions to get around it, but clearly there's a problem with Amazon getting too much from our government. Now, if we didn't give them a $10 billion contract, it could also be because of the tape or sex pictures that Jeff Bezos lost to Saudi Arabia. He has pictures of his own penis that he sent to his girlfriend. I'm not making this up. Sanchez. Her brother allegedly had pictures as well, but it turns out the brother wasn't the leak. Jeff Bezos hired a top-level cybersecurity guy to find out where the leak came from, and it was when Jeff Bezos was in Saudi Arabia that they tapped into his phone and got the sex tapes. So he definitely has a picture of his penis out there, and I think that somebody's extorting him, blackmailing him, getting money from him. I think so, but that's just my gut feeling. He's got hundreds of billions of dollars. What, $130 billion? Chances are somebody's hitting him up for money to get that thing suppressed, because it hasn't arrived on the internet. Nobody's seen it. Hi, Sarah.
Hi, David.
How was your day?
I was okay.
Okay,
I'm
great.
a little stressed out, but
Oh, was it stressful? Yeah.
it was just a long week.
Yeah. Let me get this out of your way. Let me switch with you. I was getting ready to do that. Ugh. Sarah's going to come in and give me a break. I'll be back. Thank you. Joe, please. Yeah. Don't talk about politics, guys. You sound so retarded or empty-headed when you talk about those things. Yeah.
Just be serious.
Yeah.
Like me, I'm pretty much mostly serious.
Well, try to be serious. You know, I mean, we're
I
not here for
don't
our-
have a big sense of humor like David. David's a super funny guy, and
Well,
I'm
I
just,
don't know. You do laugh. But
I laugh sometimes. Darkness.
You're serious. You're serious
Besides
about a
New
lot of
Hampshire,
things.
what Northeast state do you see going Republican in the near future? And what Southern state could you see besides Texas going blue in the near future?
I don't really see them either one. I see them going centrist. I think the third party will take a
Yeah, we see, instead of people going red or blue, we see people going purple.
Yeah.
And more and more people are going toward the center of the political spectrum rather than either far end of a spectrum. And I think that's one of the big reasons that we created this party, is because really we didn't find ourselves on either end. There's certain things that if you listen to us, you're like, oh, they're really like the Republicans in this area. And then there's other things that we'll say and they're like, oh, you sound like a Democrat. But we're really centrist, and that's the thing. I think that the majority of people are, and one of the reasons that we're America's third party is because when two sides disagree, you need to call in a third party to kind of negotiate and bring you back to the center and figure out where everyone can kind of meet together and agree. And that's where we come in. We're America's third party. I'm glad you found us and discovered us, and I'm glad you're here. So yesterday was really, really fun. Halloween. David dressed as a stump and I dressed as a tree. I had a lot of fun with that. And I agree with you, Charlie. This definitely should and can be the year of the third party. I think more and more people are looking for something different, really looking for, common sense, and looking for really, common sense and back to the center, centering ourselves and focusing on what really matters here in America. Yes, David and I, we both really do love trees. We both really strongly believe that trees and greenery are the answer to the climate issues that we face here in the world. So that's one of the things that we believe. $313 Dave. Do you want me? I think Maxed Out Credit can see what you wrote about being single and that you want to mingle. So I don't think you need me as a third party in that instance. You know, the thing is that the planet will survive. Will it survive in the same manner that it is? Will there still be people here? That's definitely a different different question. I think that the planet will definitely be here as a rocky planet, but yeah. Yes, David loves me and I love David. Chicken, you're moving out for sure. You feel like that's good news. You're going to be more independent, not reliant on whoever you're living with. Well, I took my tree outfit and sent it back to where it came from. Or actually, it's in the other room. All the branches are in the other room. Oh, man. No, I did not burn it. I will never burn it. But I borrowed it from a friend, so I'm giving it back to my friend. Wow. Maxed out credit says in certain places on Earth, especially arid areas, trees send out molecules that attract 4 times the water and it becomes a misty rain. That's very cool. No, I don't have a real artistic flair. I can appreciate art, but I'm not a big maker of art. You know, some people, that is their thing. That's how they leave their mark in the world. I am not that way. I'd like to leave my mark in the world more on a electronic mark, maybe. Okay, I just have to clean my glasses a little bit. I can get back into watching what you guys are saying. And it's November 1st. Brand new month. 2019 is going by quickly. 2 more months and it'll be 2020. That's pretty amazing. Another election year. So that will be pretty good. Oh yes, and that's true about fall back. We changed the time. Fall back tomorrow. So you kids that would arrive at school normally at 9 o'clock, they realize, oh, I got here an hour early if they forget to set their clocks. So you really like those cat eye glasses? I'm not a real fan. Yeah, well, I agree with Sosadi that the older we get, the faster time seems to go. I have this whole theory about that, Sosadi. The longer we live, each year becomes a smaller fraction of our lives. Because if you live to be only... You live till your first birthday, well, 1 year is a full 100% of your life. You live to your second birthday, 1 year is half of your life. So I definitely think fractions play a role in how time seems to go quickly. I will give advice many places, Dumas. My dad. David Sponheim will be back on shortly, Shadowblade. I know he has a much better demeanor or something like that. Hello, Tack Bobby. My name is Sarah Hart. This is America's Third Party. We are a political party. We also broadcast not just here on Twitch, but we're also broadcasting on iVlog and Vaughn Live, Periscope, other places. So welcome. We are a centrist political party. We're fiscally conservative and socially liberal. My co-host is named David Sponheim. He's actually running for president of the United States. It might be the first time you've met him, but yes, he's been running for quite some time and is continuing to do so. David is not running as a Democrat or a Republican. He's actually running under America's Third Party. In order to get on the ballot, it will take a lot of hard work from all of you working together to get him on the ballot. Absolutely not, LT Lumpy. We really don't want to ban or mandate a whole lot of things. I mean, really, we live in a great country, the United States of America, and people can mostly self-regulate themselves. I mean, unless you're doing something that physically hurts another individual, that's totally different. I don't, it'll be LT. I would have to say this. It's what the free market will bear as far as that goes. So it's not going to be heavily regulated by the government as if David were in office, but really it's the free market. As long as it does not involve, as long as it involves consenting non-related adults. That's really the thing. We have to protect the children and make sure that anyone involved wants to participate in what they're engaged in. Chicken, that's pretty hilarious. Not going to happen. Yes, consenting is a big word. People do need to make sure that people are consenting if they're doing those things. I'm making you yawn. You want more kitten pictures? I'm sorry, I don't have a kitten picture. I'm sure David has a kitten picture somewhere, but no, I'm not. No and yes are antonyms, not the same. So they're definitely antonyms. Thank you for saying you'll vote for David Sponheim. We appreciate your vote. You can also check us more out at americasthirdparty.com, and then you can always donate to americasthirdparty@gmail.com via PayPal. It all depends, Gary. It all depends. But actually, no, I really do not like bodily fluids leaving my body. So how do I say that nicely? I don't like spit and sputum, and I don't like any of that stuff. Let's talk about math or something else that will bore a stone to tears. I do not think that math is boring at all. In fact, I think math is quite exciting. One of the things that I really enjoy is an abacus. I should probably bring an abacus on the show. That would be really fun to do. It's so cool what you can do with an abacus. I think that's a yes, Chucklehead Charlie. It all depends. Actually, Chucklehead, it depends, or Charlie, it all depends on the tone of voice. If a woman says, "Oh God," it means please don't bother me. But if they say the same words with a sound of pleasure, they probably mean something completely different. All right. Can you post a link? I suppose so. ComDiv 61. This is about power and water. Are you living in California? Global sustainable electricity, fresh water, and deep ocean mining from Marshall Hydrothermal. Thank you very much. 95 subscribers. And that's, okay, very cool. Thank you. We'll add that. We'll actually show it on our show after. So there's one thing is that as far as YouTube links, I don't usually show them live, but we'll play them on our show after we do a record. So we used to have a live YouTube show, and I suppose I could petition YouTube to try to get that back. Yeah, Shadow, I did not see your link. I'm sorry. And anyway, so we record our show and then we upload it to YouTube after our recording. So I usually don't play YouTube videos until after our recording, and that way that's not like monetized or someone says, oh, that's my video, you can't play it on your show. 313 hopes his family he's long gone before another asteroid hits. He doesn't think an asteroid is a pleasant place to go. A cat stole someone's iPhone and is playing with it. He wants to show me cute cat videos rather than, you know, focus on rather than actually focus on the world and their issues. So ComDiv, that looks pretty interesting. It's a power and water using existing oil platforms, and it's not in use at this time. That's good. That is adorable with the cat, but yeah, doesn't really relate to solving any problems. I guess that's why in the US, BBC is reporting that in the US, teachers have been walking out of schools nationwide. Maybe some of those teachers will come and work as oh, some of this is on having more nurses in school. A nurse in every school every day. 25,000 teachers went on strike in Chicago, I guess, demanding pay raises, resource improvements, school staffing increases, and even solutions to the city's pricey housing. Last year saw the most U.S. workers on strike in a generation. According to the Bureau of Labor Statistics, there were 20 major work stoppages in 2018, involving 485,000 workers, the most since 1986. And most of these strikes have been in the teaching profession. Wow. There was a croc gobbler 30-foot sea monster that hunted crocodiles 150 million years ago. The remains were found in Poland. Well, this is on The Sun. I'm not a big fan of The Sun. I'm sorry, but I'm just not. But I'll go down. I just feel like The Sun is just so much, what are those, tabloidish. Yeah, I'm on at 7 because I was doing a conference, I guess. It was like a internet conference, and I had access to it until 7 o'clock, and so that's why I decided to hang out and watch those conference videos rather than come on the show at 6:30. But now I am here. Antarctica shock scientists near a breakthrough with a study of 2 million-year-old ice. And there's climate surprises. I had heard that they were going to be studying this ice before. The oldest I think they had before that was, I think it was either 500,000 or 800,000 years old. This is twice as old. Scientists have dug deep into Antarctica to remove a 2-million-year-old block of ice, which will unlock the secrets of Earth's history. Experts are analyzing the bubbles trapped inside the ancient block of ice, which was taken from 200 meters beneath the surface. These bubbles contain carbon dioxide and will help to reveal Earth's history and relationship with greenhouse gases. Previously, scientists have only been able to analyze carbon dioxide trapped in ice blocks dating back 800,000 years. Exactly what I said. I'm like a 5 on a scale of 1 to 11. How selfish I am. Maybe like a 5. Sometimes I feel like I need to take better care of myself. Take care of yourself first, and then you can take care of others other times. Anyway, this new analysis provides an unprecedented insight into our planet's history. 2-million-year-old ice. They've been able to deduce that over the past 1 million years, Earth has been following ice ages followed by warm spells in a cycle of about every 100,000 years. However, before this time, the cycles were shorter, coming about every 40,000 years, according to the research published in the journal Nature. A team discovered that Earth's warmer periods coincided when there was more CO2 in the atmosphere, information which was provided by the ice blocks. Scientist Ed Brooke of Oregon State University said, one of the important results of the study is to show that carbon dioxide is linked to temperature in this earlier time period. This is an important baseline for understanding climate science and calibrating models that predict future change. The ice was taken from Alien Hills, a patch in Antarctica, which is 130 miles from the U.S. Antarctic Research Station known as McMurdo Station. The team believes there could be ice beneath the surface, which could be even older than 2 million years. They don't know the age limit in that area. According to Google's interactive map, Firetree, a 2-meter rise could ruin the Netherlands with most of the country submerged. That's what I want to look at. In the UK, the north of Scotland would suffer a similar fate, and large swaths of the east of England would become uninhabitable. So I need to look up Firetree. Interactive map. Flood maps. Flood.firetree.net. Flood.firetree.net. This is interactive maps of global climate change. This is not the one I was thinking of. There was one I was thinking of that that said, like, you could kind of play with the dates. Or play with a different a little bit. So okay, so this is a little bit like what I was saying. So they think in this flooding projection that all these areas would be underwater, it looks like. Oh, there you go. If the sea level were to rise 1 meter, these areas, oh, you can't see that, Sarah. So okay, so this is a interactive map. It's called flood.firetree.net. And it's through Google Maps, I guess. And then so here's like England. And that's if the sea level were to rise 7 meters. But even 1 meter, you can see there'd be impacts in here. And if the sea level were to rise 13 meters, how it would be impacted. Look at all that land that would be under. So you can definitely check that out. That's pretty good about what's not impacted yet and then what could be impacted. Oh man, I think I have a fruit fly that landed on my head. Without advanced coastal defense and planning, populations in certain areas may face permanent flooding within 30 years. The report findings are based on Coastal DEM, a new digital elevation model developed by Climate Central. Well, I want to see what, like, there's a group called Climate Impact Groups. Hello, Shadow. And they're interactive maps. I'm gonna leave this one here. I think this is it. UW and Tableau, and create an interactive tool to explore more than a century of Pacific Northwest weather observations. That's pretty interesting. I don't know if that's really what I was looking at, but you can look at trends. So, all right, that's pretty interesting. Maybe let's just look at this. Wonder if it's, okay, here we go. Oh, that's just the news. I don't know if this is the one I was looking at, but why did Obama buy oceanfront property for $25 million in June? Maybe he's searched that area and it won't be as impacted. You're single as a Pringle and your roommate's moving out. Good. I don't think I'll be that far underwater. I don't know. Analysis tools, that's what I want. Sea level rise in Washington State. A 2018 assessment. That might be a good one. Tribal climate tool, future projection, climate projections for Pacific, and maybe that's the one I want. Yes. This is a good one. How is climate projected to change? There was a one. Oh, I think this is it. I don't know if it is this one. There is a tool that you can use to just look at maps, at least in this area. Why did you use this tool? All right, but that's not it, I don't think. There's one about grapes or vineyards. Oh, I'm totally gonna have to go back into my things and my notes and find it. CDEX Tuesday, Hello Monkey, London TV, and all the other people. Okay. Did I know floodwater will kill off 30% of all the rice fields in the world within 12 years? I did not know that. Your Fitbit's telling you it's good time for bed. Good night. This might be the one I'm looking for. Climate change in Washington. Maybe I'll look at that. Wow. Study and projection. I wonder if there's maps in here. At Seattle, Washington, sea level is already rising by increments of 8 inches, 200 millimeters per century. It's likely to rise another 19 inches, 4 meters by 2100. The four main factors that contribute to sea level rise are thermal expansion of the ocean, melting of land-based ice, local atmospheric circulation, local tectonic movements. Parts of Tacoma and Olympia are at higher risk than other cities like Seattle, since many areas in Tacoma and Olympia are built just a few feet above sea level. Current estimates project that Tacoma and surrounding areas could see sea levels rise from 5 to 16 inches, about 410 meters by 2040. That said that shipping terminals, marinas, docks, and recreational facilities associated with coastal port districts are places where impacts will reach more deeply into the state's economy through effects on commercial and recreational activities. The cost of preparing for such rises is largely unknown. However, Seattle has 5 seawalls, and plans for rebuilding the Alaskan Way seawall may increase in cost by 5 to 10% based on projections for sea level rise.
All right. Thank you very much. Good job. Reading about the flooding and ecological impacts.
I was trying to find this map that I remember hearing about or seeing, but I didn't find it. And so, anyway, I'll go look into it. All right, I'll just close out of here.
Misanthropy is just stating the obvious. When you come on, you read from environmental articles. Yeah, that's what she has the right to do whatever she wants.
Yes,
Freedom
that's
Friday.
what I do.
Yeah, Freedom Friday. That's what it's all about.
I guess I am an environmentalist.
Yeah, you are. We are all looking toward an improved environment. I can't accept, of course, the Republicans. They don't care about the environment. It seems that they could care less about anything. I had this guy pull up next to me with diesel blowing in my face today. It's like, these diesel burning people, like, you have diesel, right, Mad Dog? Yeah, all you Republicans have diesel trucks, and it just blows right in the face of the people parked next to you. Yeah, it's unbelievable. And they just idle their engines because they want to keep their glow plugs going. We don't want them to cool off because then they don't work right. So it turns out Fox 2 has a thing here on vaping illness at a school. A kid complained and a nurse denied him treatment. Okay. Oh, Sarah, turn the stove off. I left it on, I think. Thank you. And help yourself to whatever you want there. I know you don't eat potatoes. They'll cook in their own heat. So. Yeah, there are some potatoes mixed with onions and mushrooms. So, it's a student with vaping illness asked school nurse for help, got expelled. Unbelievable.
New at 6 student is expelled from school after getting sick from vaping. He sought help from the school nurse and now is no longer allowed back. Working for you, RTV6's Stephanie Wade is in Spencer tonight, speaking with his family who feels this just isn't right.
Just a few months into his freshman year, a student here at Owen Valley High School was expelled, he says, for seeking medical treatment after having a bad reaction to vaping.
It's scary because I didn't really know what is in the vape.
September 30th, Keegan Hauk felt dizzy, his vision blurry after smoking from a friend's vape in the school restroom.
Then I was constantly more thirsty, and then I got to a point I threw up.
Worried something was really wrong, he went to the school nurse and told her what happened.
He was taken via EMS to the hospital. His oxygen level was 70%.
He was diagnosed with pneumonitis, lung inflammation caused by vaping. The hospital reported it to the CDC. He's now a part of the growing statistic of 41 confirmed cases of vaping-related illnesses in Indiana, 56 probable cases, and 3 deaths. Keegan says he didn't know what was in his friend's vape, though.
I just thought it was just nicotine because that's what's mostly in vapes.
But according to the school district, it tested positive for THC oil. So the school decided to expel him indefinitely.
How are we supposed to, tell our children, if you have a medical problem, even if it is smoking a vape in school, and I understand that he, did wrong by doing that, but we're teaching them, don't go to the school, officials, don't go to the nurse, because you could get in trouble.
His mother has written an appeal letter trying to get him back into school, but has been unsuccessful.
It's a true nightmare. We've been through enough. I mean, to be honest with you, we as parents have been through enough. He's been through enough.
The Spencer Owen Community School Superintendent says they can't comment on specific students, but they do have rules that specifically address possession or use of tobacco products, including vapes, that lead to expulsion.
He's missed long enough school. We need to be back in school.
His family is hoping they reconsider. Working for you, Stephanie Wade, RTV6.
Well, it is illegal to...
It is illegal to have a fruity vape, and if you are in one of those illegal states, you're fruity vaping, you could serve some serious time, I guess. I'm just thinking, you got to treat everybody, and the mandate of the United States Constitution and the interpretation of the 15th Amendment and the 14th Amendment have been very clear. We have to take care of everybody. Even if you're an illegal alien, we got to take care of you, especially if you're an illegal alien underage vapor. So go to your local emergency ward and get treated until we have the mobile medical units in place. There's no point in worrying about it. Why is the Indian lighter than me? Because I'm working on the tan. I told you, the Donald Trump tan. I had a pretty dark lens last night. Let's take a look. Yeah, I was using the yellow tan last night, and it was to make myself look like Trump. I did the whole show that way. So let me go to my settings. One moment, please. See, I'm lowering the color. Now I look more washed out, pale, kind of like a zombie. Yeah, and I'm getting the natural tones here. Hang on. There we go. That's more natural. Okay, the arrest of the attorney, but not the drug traffickers. Really. One more story down the tube. Oh, I got to go through the secret passageway to do that one. Gosh, I'm glad I learned how to do this, because it's taken me 2 years to come up with this. But Shift Control N gives me an incognito screen, and I can then hopefully look at the article. Let's take a look. Texas attorney convicted of scamming drug traffickers. Sherman, Texas. The Texas lawyer has been convicted of corruption for scamming roughly $1.5 million from international drug traffickers whom authorities say turned him to the FBI. Jamie Balagia was found guilty Tuesday of conspiracy to commit money laundering obstruction. Okay, yeah. He's scamming the drug traffickers. Wow, that's amazing. Where's his picture? Libertarian Party candidate, Texas Governor Jamie Bellagio. Oh, there he is. In front of on Alamo in San Antonio, Texas, about his election platform. Wow, he's made a name for himself by defending people who charged with drunken driving. He was convicted yesterday of federal corruption charges in connection with the scheme to shake down international drug traffickers. You know, that's pretty amazing that, you know, this guy had some major balls to take on cartels. Yeah, I mean, what's going on? I mean, this guy's like got balls of steel. Yeah, he's a pretty dangerous thing what he did. And to do it criminally, oh my gosh. I don't think he knows who he's dealing with, you know what I mean, man? I'll say hello to my little friend, you stinking cockroach. Every time I see these people. Okay, I'm slipping into Scarface, so you'll have to excuse me. Some of you are old enough to remember that show. Yeah, but they let the cartels alone, yeah. You cockroaches. How'd you like that, huh? Say hello to my little friend. Yeah, these guys are pretty tough. I mean, the whole bunch of them. El Chapo and I guess his son was just arrested in a big, huge shootout down in Mexico. Sí. Or was it Colombia? I don't know, man. I don't know anything. Just give me a taco and I'll be fine, okay? Oh my gosh. Shocking new maps show how sea level rise will destroy coastal cities by 2050. Well, I think we better get on this. We aren't doing enough to stop this global climate change issue. Yeah, whatever that is. All I know is that they keep dumping chemicals in the air and we end up looking like robots, you know? Have you noticed that people are starting to look sort of like androids? Well, yeah, I've seen this happen throughout my entire life, Dave. It's very common. People begin to look like androids. I know. But the reality is the world is being inundated with chemicals. And if we can't get to the bottom of what they're doing, I mean, the diversions are everywhere. I can't control the diversions. They're popping out in front of me at all times. Hang on. Whoop, hold on. I can't think. Oh, okay. You see what I mean about the diversions? They're everywhere. Last night we had all kinds of things. Here they are, chemtrails. Chemtrails. This is what's dumbing us down. And what are these things floating in the air? The weird part is you're looking at something right now that is you can't even see with your eye. When it's put through spectral alterations like negative to positive, histogram correction, it is actually massive orbs falling on top of you. It's just, yeah, it's not just chemtrails. I mean, you're looking at something bigger going on here. And we just honestly don't know what that is. Many of us are freaking out. Edge detection tells you and shows you that these particles are dangerous. But what are they? We don't know. So if they're going to get to the point where we're concerned about global climate change and Greta Thunberg's, you know, all hot and heavy over this whole thing and screaming and we're appeasing her temperament, then at least let's deal with what's going on in our skies above us. Okay, that's all I ask. Let's just talk about the chemicals that are being dumped in the sky. Okay? Thank you. Bless you. Global climate change is happening. Global sustainable electricity, fresh water, and deep ocean mining from Marshall Hydrothermal. That looks fun.
Used instead, which would use the hydrothermal energy to heat a clean working fluid for direct use with steam turbines. Hydrothermal vents are the single most powerful energy source.
This looks cool. You see, whenever we see things that look positive, we have to go in that direction.
Ever to be harnessed by mankind, eclipsing even nuclear technology. While the largest nuclear plant in the U.S. can power about 4 million homes, one Marshall System plant using a single 3-meter pipe could power 20 million homes.
Holy moly, we better go to hydrothermal because it's a lot safer than, it's a heck of a lot safer than nuclear. I've always said nuclear equals unclear. Switch the U and the N around. Hope, please, don't talk about glory holes here. Thank you. Gosh, this Hope Hicks comes to the show, and I think pretending to be Hope Hicks, because I doubt that. Hope Hicks that we know is a kind, demure lady that wouldn't say boo. Yeah, we had Hope Hicks speaking the other day. This is what her voice sounds like. You're curious, aren't you? I am too.
Can own a news cycle with one tweet, and I think that speaks to both the power of his presence and personality, but also his message and his ability to captivate.
Wow, and she was his communication director, you know? She talks like a sweet, you know, like a 17-year-old girl, a high school girl or something. It's like, and that was Donald with her for 1.5 years. Yeah, she does appear to be kind of nice looking. I mean, I can't help but notice. Thank you. Your order has been placed. What? Check your notifications. Yeah, I mean, how could Donald have turned down this woman 2 years, nearly 2 years, sitting by his side, consoling him while he's being impeached? Or at least the discovery process. Donald, can I get you anything? Donald, is there anything you need? I don't want to bother you, Donald. Oh, Hope, you're so nice. Just could you kneel down by the pad next to me there? That's very good. Yes, oh, hello. You're so nice to be here with me, Hope. 1.5 years. I can't believe what the media is doing to me. It's all fake news. It's all a hoax, Hope. Yeah, can you imagine having that woman standing by your side for 1.5 years, holding your hand? How would any of you like a woman as beautiful as Hope Hicks standing by your side for 1.5 years? I mean, come on. Well, luckily for Donald, when she left, and she doesn't really want to talk about it and why she left, but she was going to have a romance with one of the guys that would allegedly beat up his wife and all this, blah, blah, blah. The woman that replaced him is absolutely beautiful as well. Yeah, her last name is Sunshine, and we'll call her Sunshine in the White House. Sunshine in the White House. And this is the lady that replaced her. Not as communication director, but as a press assistant. Take a look. Isn't that amazing? Meet the former Disney star joining the White House. Isn't she something? He doesn't spare any expense when it comes to the nicest looking women. And of course, he hasn't addressed his adultery charges.
I'm Gunther. And I am Tinka. And we are the Hexenhelfers.
I remember that scene. Who wouldn't? Carolyn Sunshine 22 starred as Tinka Hesselpfeifer in Shake It Up.
You have a flyer for the Shake It Up Chicago local popular television dance.
And she's funny too. So I mean, now he's got Carolyn Sunshine to replace Hope Hicks. So this guy's doing pretty well, and he's just moved to Florida to avoid any potential state tax laws that he may have violated. Isn't that nice? Yeah. Okay, next subject. See you next Tuesday, matey. All right, matey. But that's exciting to look at the power structure of hydrothermal. I'm very excited, and I don't want to just, seem excited. I'm very excited about hydrothermal. I actually talked to a guy from Idaho National Laboratories. He happened to be the director about, Rogers. That's right, Bill Rogers. He said that they could mine a lot of geothermal energy and use it to power homes, and we could even create a natural form of pure oil, a type of natural fracking, if you will, where we don't use chemicals like benzene. That's really good. I don't want to appear like I'm trying to, alter your mind with subliminal seduction or anything. But some of you are a little bit bored right now, and I didn't want you to lose interest. Yeah, exactly. I'm not like just some normal talking head. I'm extremely abnormal in many ways. My primary functions are to maintain the conversation at all times. I am monitoring chat as we speak. Please stay with me as I continue to do the show. In default mode, I am rebooting my main primary drive. Whoa! Okay, everybody, I'm back. And I'm better than ever. Hey, would you stop sending me vinyl butt connectors? Yes. Deep Ellen Blues, you're starting to really piss me off. I mean, I don't need crimping pliers here. You're sending me all these ridiculous eBay links to terminal crimp tool kits. Why? I want to know. Please don't waste the valuable time you're given here. All right, Amazon, Raspberry Pi. Are you buying another one? Are you done with your Raspberry Pi? Did you finish your dinner? Oh, another one, the CanaKit. Raspberry Pi 4 gigabyte starter kit with 4 gigs of RAM, only $99.99. Operator standing by. What is this, an infomercial? Come on. You can do better than that. Oh, unmute. I am sorry. This isn't a place to, like, don't you have IMs? You're interrupting the show. Okay, I'll unmute you. Thank you. God, they're posting on the worst things, and I'm trying to talk about the importance of hydroelectric power versus nuclear. Now, I really don't like nuclear. And, you know, we haven't done a damn thing with our spent fuel rods. So we normally talk about this on Wednesday, but Freedom Friday is a good time to talk about spent fuel rods. Hey, are you suffering from a few extra spent fuel rods in your nuclear repository? Are you getting radiation drift? You know, there are a lot of people in St. Louis that are actually downwind from a radiation dump fire. I hate to blow your wad, but we aren't even dealing with that. And Trump is still going, I can't believe you're still picking on me. That's why I did the Trump stump video last night, which I thought was very effective. He does nothing. He just complains about being picked on. He's a stump. And last night, for a short period of time, I was like a stump. I was in a stump. I was talking as if I was in a stump, and it was the weirdest thing. But, you know, I can do the show from here, too. But you can't trump the stump, I'll tell you that. And we talked about this at great length last night. I'm back. I've restructured my main hard drive, and I'm currently operating at a maximum speed. Hello, welcome to the show. I am David. I am your entertainment for tonight. I think the eyebrows were a little bit seductive. Yes, I personally think she thought I was a Latin lover, but I wasn't. So, and we all know how women are around Latin lovers. Well, there's something about Latin men that seem to constantly cater to women. You know, it's like, oh, you're so beautiful. Oh, let me see your hands, and then they touch their hands. It's like, oh, what fine skin. Where did you get such great skin? You are beautiful, you know that. And it's like, come on. What are you doing? Hitting on my girlfriend here? Greta Thunberg rocks LA with her newfound star power. The 16-year-old activist met Hollywood star and environmentalist Leonardo DiCaprio before leading hundreds in a protest. Wow. I guess she was received very well. I said last night, I don't know if she's going to be received well in the States, but hey, they all believe her. Yeah, they all believe that she's telling the truth when she's not. She's not even including the discussion of chemtrails.
Greta Thunberg is a hero to this generation of climate change activists. For weeks, she's been crisscrossing America, adding star power to the youth climate strikes here.
Oh, that's so wonderful. And I'm not going to cater to the propaganda machine that's pushing this global New World Order crap. Hey, Adawan, welcome. I'm not buying this BS coming out of this puppet for George Soros. Come on. The eyebrows were dreamy? Really, Daryl? Wow, I didn't know you felt that way about eyebrows. She's an Illuminati shill, that's for sure, Jim. She looks like the great-great-grandchild of Adolf Hitler. You know, and we all know that, yeah, Angela Merkel, there's a whole conspiracy theory about that, being the granddaughter, or excuse me, the daughter of Hitler. Oh, yeah. Check it out. I kid you not. Check that. This is amazing. I look at this every time. I go, wow. She looks just like Adolf Hitler's mother, Clara. Clara was Hitler's mother, and Clara was Hitler's sister, by the way. Yeah, and Hitler was a very meanie guy. He was not a very nice person. He killed all those Jewish people, yeah. So look at Angela sitting next to Hitler there, and a young Angela. And you wonder, how the heck is this possible when Hitler was taken out of power and deposed from power, and Argentina moved to Argentina and lived for what, until 1962, when he died on June 15th. And he got away with it. And the FBI turned a blind eye to countless witnesses of people down there watching him. The FBI has a file of about 200 pages of people that saw Hitler in Argentina, and they never bothered to go after him. So how the heck did this woman manage to get appointed the chancellorship? Yeah, how is that possible? Have you ever looked at the blue marble picture? This is something I wanted to point out. I saw it in my library. I just wanted to show it to you. Do you see how the artwork was done on the picture of the Earth? Can you read it? It reads sex. Isn't that amazing? You can see the sex written out right there. I'm not making this up, folks. It really is. So the NASA thought that was funny when they built that into the cloud structure when they're drawing the picture of the Earth. There isn't a real picture of the Earth out there. I'm not in any way making that up either. We went through a tour last week, and I went through about 15,000 images, and I couldn't find a picture of the Earth that was natural from outside the Earth's atmosphere. Outside of the Earth far enough to actually take a picture, like a trip to the moon, you know? So it's hard to stay focused with all these distractions going on around us, and I really think that if we focus a little bit more, we'll realize that the Nazis never left Germany. Und Hitler installed his daughter as the leader of Germany. And now you realize that we have never ever lost, the Nazis have never lost to the US. They simply assimilated the US. That's what people are saying now. I'm freaked out thinking about it. Hey, what are you talking about? Hold on, just thinking about it. It's bad enough.
My name is Greta Thunberg. I have not come to offer any prepared remarks at this hearing. I am instead attaching my testimony. It is the IPCC Special Report on Global Warming of 1.5 degrees Celsius, the SR 1.5, which was released on October 8th, 2018.
Greta, could you just please mention chemtrails once or twice? I appreciate that, because you haven't mentioned them once, let alone twice. So Greta, you're doing the world a disservice by not talking about the chemicals that they're dumping on our head. I'm listening to the scientists, but the scientists don't even care. They don't even care about the chemicals being dumped on our head, Greta. I'll put that in environment as well. Isn't that amazing? She can't even address something. She has all this power. That's why I think she's Hitler's granddaughter. I really do. When you look at Greta, you see that they're very similar features. Yeah, I mean, well, let's take a look here. Let's analyze her face completely.
My name is Greta Thunberg.
Greta Thunberg, yeah. Wow, this is kind of amazing. I'm beginning to see a similarity, yeah. She's beginning to look a lot like Hitler's mother, Clara. Yeah, look at that. It's beginning to look a lot like Hitler's. Yeah, I just think that this is like amazing revelation that you just brought up. I think you're onto something there. You know, these people are behind the chemicals that are being dumped in the sky, and they're also behind her. George Soros is her primary funder and backer. It's crazy. Now we got to deal with this on top of all a president that's sucking up to the New World Order through the Russian Zionists. Boy, we've got a real problem, don't we, in America? I don't think it's ever been this confusing for most average people. No wonder you people are going, well, it's all fake news. It's all just a Russian hoax. You know that, dude. They're just after Trump because he's Trump and is trying to go after the deep state. He hasn't tried to go after the deep state at all. He hasn't fired anybody. Nobody. I don't know one person except for his entire staff. Anybody that questioned him and said, hey, Donald, you can't do that. Like John Kelly, who recently said publicly that he kind of wished he hadn't chosen Mulvaney because he didn't need a yes man. And Mulvaney's a yes man. And Trump basically fired the guy. John Kelly hired the yes man, Mulvaney, who then said that Donald Trump was basically doing a quid pro quo. Yeah, so the whole thing's a mess. I don't think this country's ever had a bigger mess in Congress. But I think, some of the better men and women of the Congress, we have to put faith in our congressmen, even though they probably are a little on the take. They better think right, because if we don't move toward impeachment right now, Russia will be embedded in our government so deep we will never be able to extract them. I have it on fairly good authority that the people that are pushing the Russian agenda, from what I've heard, are actually getting Donald to hire certain judges that are friendly to Russia. And he's trying to stack the entire judicial system to kind of be kind to Russia. It's weird. So I don't know exactly how much damage we've experienced the past 3 years since we found out that Michael Flynn was a Russian agent. And for 24 days, he was working for Russia, and nobody's ever revealed what he did during that 24-day period. Why is the NSA stonewalling on that issue? Anyway, real big questions are circulating, almost too big for anyone to really handle. Oh yeah, Psychic Juice says, oh shit, you actually know what you're talking about. Yeah, scary, isn't it? Hey John, E117. I'm trying to keep you guys sane in this weird world we're living in. I'm a centrist, and I don't support taking away your rights and freedoms. A lot of socialists do, and a lot of people are trying to push the barrier of socialism on us. It's not happening. It's just the Democrats spitting off with their mouth. Socialists generally are like children. They want somebody to take care of them. They want the government to be like their mom and dad. So many people just easily go toward the socialist thing, but believe me, it's not the best solution. There's somewhere in between. I believe it's centrism is what it is, where we all get something, like the $500 basic income plan I promote. And we all have an opportunity to actually stimulate growth in our capitalist sector. These ideas, by the way, are the cornerstone of hybrid capitalism, an idea we created. Now, I'm the only guy out there that supports 100% legalization. The Democrats want little things to add to it, like, oh, you can grow only one plant, or you can't grow plants at all, like here in Washington. I want to make sure everyone knows that this legalization plan will include growing your own, up to 6 plants. That's the plan. And anyone who sells it would have to pay 10% tax. Greta Thunberg's 16, so not at all. Actually, she could easily be his granddaughter if he lived to be, say, till 1962. And say he had a child in 1960, and maybe it was another child, not just Angela Merkel. Yeah, and she could have had a child at 40 or 42. It's entirely possible. Yeah. Is that the best shirt? Of course. What do you expect? This is a high quality, top of the line. Joseph and Feiss is my favorite shirt brand, and I can't part with this. This is my first Joseph and Feiss shirt, and it has a beautiful cotton blend. It is a tie. It's a tie I bought at James Madison's home this past summer. I was in Washington, D.C. Yes, and the tie I'm holding together with everything seems to be working for me. But if you don't like the tie or the shirt, then screw you. Hey, KY Poopy, how are you? Are you handling your life rape still? Or, oh my gosh, you're on camera. KY Poopy has an outstanding camera shot here. You're starting to do your camera work now. This is cool. I'm liking it. You're very talented. You know, people like you all around. Even though the people have life raped you, people like you. You're smarter than the others, and gosh darn it, they like you. Thank you, KY Poopy, for giving me that little tidbit. That's very cute. Those are presidents, KY Poopy. This is President Bill Clinton. I never had sex with that woman, Monica Lewinsky. I did stick a cigar in her uterus. Her vagina. Oh, and this, yeah, Gerald Ford, the first president assigned to the office, was not voted in. Well, let's be clear. No, that's George W. Sorry. People die fighting for democracy. Laurie and I never did that. Those are all the presidents. Even Barack Obama, who I resent having on the tie because I really resent having him as a president because he lied to us about being a homosexual Muslim married to a transgender. As evinced by this photograph right here. This is an actual photograph of Michelle Obama dancing with Ellen DeGeneres. And look at the way something's moving in that pant there. Oh yeah, and I'm telling you, that's not a large extended labia. That's the real deal. That's the money shot right there. So if you believe that Michelle Obama is a dude, then come on over to the America's Third Party, because we believe that not only did Barack Obama lie about his birth certificate, but he also married a transgender. Hold on, we've got a call from the important people. Go ahead. Oh, I can't use it here. I have to use speakerphone. Oh, we got a call from Dial Tone. I hear you, Dial Tone. Yeah, so we just saw a moving body part there, and I know many of you are shocked because you've seen it about 1,000 times, but whatever. I think Michelle Obama, the fact that she has a penis is important, ticking time bags. Yeah, I'm okay with her being a transgender, but the fact that she lied to us all these years, kind of like Elizabeth Warren lying about her birth certificate or being born Cherokee Indian. I mean, come on. What a joke. And then she got a free education, and now she's worth $12 million, she and her husband. Oh my God. Oh my God. I got the power. Oh my God. Have you seen that song? That's crazy. That's an Illuminati song for sure. I know. It's called Mother and Daughter. And I'm not going to play it. I'll play it later tonight after the show, of course. But it's Miley Cyrus, and man, she rocks in this, you know? She just really has something going on. I'm not sure what it is. And all this reference to motherhood, you know? And then it has all these weird scenes where there's transgenders in it. And then licking of body parts, and yeah. And oh gosh, that's very revealing, but it doesn't really reveal anything, just as you're touching yourself. And there's nipples. It's all complete mind control. Yeah. It's like bizarre. And then there's transgenderism involved. It's like they're trying to groom us for this idea that we should all be accepting of transgenderism. I'm okay with it. I'm not going to discriminate it. I'm not going to play it right now, Bengalitis. They would monetize this if I did. But I have another song from a very pretty woman that's really kind of country, and I thought I'd bring that in the show tonight. I'll be playing Casey Musgraves, Follow Your Arrow. I heard it today on Coffee House Radio on Sirius, and I just said, I got to listen to this, and it's actually pretty good. Casey Musgraves, Follow Your Arrow. I'll be playing that later tonight, too. I just want to, show this stuff for the first time because I've never, ever played country, and I think that we're deserving a little country right now. She's great. But even that video, Casey Musgraves encourages women to have, men to men, women to whatever, It's kind of weird. They're pushing transgenderism even in or the lesbianism even in the country music sector. Yeah. I'm not here to push lesbianism or transgenderism, but I'm just aware of it as an average American. CBS News. North Korea confirms third test firing super large multiple rocket launcher today. Nothing to worry about. That's just my good friend Kim practicing with the missiles. There's nothing to worry about. Everything's good. Oh, yes. Kim and I are very close. Donald Trump has assured us that he's never going to, denuclearize, that big word that he can't pronounce. He says there's nothing to worry about, and they're firing off the bow of Japan. It's still a standstill in nuclear negotiations to advance its military capabilities while pressuring Washington for concessions. Pyongyang's official Korean Central News Agency described the test a day after South Korean and Japanese militaries said they detected 2 projectiles launched from an area near the North Korean capital, traveling more than 200 miles across country before landing in waters off the northeastern coast. Unbelievable, unparalleled, brazen attempts to push the envelope of détente. I don't think Donald Trump established anything with him other than, oh, Kim, it's so nice to hold your hand. I've always wanted to shake the hand of a mass murderer. Oh, Kim, you're so wonderful. Oh, of course, Otto Warmbier. Kim didn't know anything about his torture that led to his brain death when they returned his body. Oh, no. Yeah, Trump stood behind Kim Jong-un in his belief that he knew nothing of Otto Warmbier's problem, being brought back brain dead. Oh, no, I believe Kim. Oh, yes. Tell me about it. But how do you blow something? How do you handle a hungry leader like North Korea's Kim Jong-un? I mean, how do you handle that? What are you going to do? Where are you going to go when you get what you got? Have you thought through the process of an interchange of weapons and what it would do to our greatest trading partners, Japan and South Korea? Come on. We don't need to start a war with North Korea. Well, maybe you might want to work out a deal where we could both have Vladimir Putin tell us that our sex tapes aren't being used against us. Oh, Vladimir, I hope you're not going to show my tape. Oh, no, don't show Kim's. That's really, really bad. Jeez, can you imagine if there was a sex tape on the great leader, Kim Jong-un? The world would be uproar. The whole world would be upside down. I don't think they could ever absorb what we're absorbing. Have all of you seen the sex tape with Donald Trump? Press 1 if you've seen it. It's all over the internet. 24-second picture of him sitting on a couch with 2 women urinating. Have you seen it? Press 1 if you've seen it. Tom Cruise has seen it. Hey, Tom. How are you, man? Hey, you look good for your age, man. You should do the 10-year thing. Tom Cruise. 10-year selfie. I'm the only one who's seen it. I'm not going to link it to you. Yeah, no way. Well, I'm not going to damage the president already enough, okay? Yeah. I do. So Tom Cruise, 10 years. The changes that he's been through. His whole life, right before your very eyes. Let's take a look at Tom Cruise, the legendary actor and Scientologist. 25 years on. Wow, look at that. What an amazing transformation. Yeah. 2001, 2000. That's the same year. It's practically the same year. I want to see him now. Oh, interesting. Yeah, I can't believe that's Tom Cruise. You know, doesn't it look like he's been replaced? Yeah. There's a person that does a Tom Cruise imitation online. It's brilliant. It actually looks like Tom Cruise is running for president. It's hilarious. The guy's like a perfect match. Hello there, shiny puffy coat. Welcome. Hey, you can go on cam. No, we got KY Poopy with blowing off some steam. He's got the Iceman cometh with the fire burning out. I think the impeachment is something I predicted would happen. Yeah, there's KY Poopy. I was the one that said this is bound to happen, and I've been right all along, so I'm going for it. I think the Senate will finally realize that Donald Trump is truly working for Russia, especially with his foreign policy in Syria. Cheap suits. That's not funny. I'm laughing out of curiosity. Inappropriately, by the way. Sign Up has something. You rarely have good things. Let's see what this is. Shh. Let's take a look.
You're doing it all in front of me. You guys want to look at it?
I don't know, man. That's a little too weird, but I'll add it to my lake. It's Ed Bassmaster, so everybody loves Ed Bassmaster. He's a YouTube 2.29 million subscribers. I'll watch it tonight. Yeah, the YouTube prostitutes are very prevalent out there. The ones that don't have anything to say, they're out there, believe it or not. Many people who've made a lot of money on YouTube have avoided discussing politics. They're not censored like I am, where I don't get any hits at all on my YouTube videos. They've completely got their mind in the, la la land. That's what's happening. I'm not making that idea up. One guy has made $14 million on YouTube. This is the guy. Check him out.
Hey, do you ever wonder, what is going on? I mean, do you ever, wake up or do something and you're just like, what the fuck is going on?
And he's got a whole series of videos that are just really a big success. I don't know who it is, but it's not somebody I would hang with. But he's got $14 million because YouTube loves people like that. As long as you don't have an opinion or any political decisions going on in your life, they love you. Or if you're really a whack job and you worship Satan, they like that too. Or say you could be a YouTube success, Shiny Puffy Coat, because you don't really say much, but man, you have an uncanny presence. He doesn't spare any expense. He's all set for the ultimate Shiny Puffy Coat. Look at that. You look like a spaceman, man. Cool. Right on. That's a spaceman suit. That's pretty cool. I bet you have maximum... He has a type of reaction to electromagnetic frequencies. And his form of... I guess it's a type of autism. Has some sort of reaction to electromagnetic frequencies causing him to get sick. Is that right? Is that a fair assessment? Or is it not autism? Okay. Yes, you are right. That's correct. And in the process of, his mother gave him shiny puffy coats as a kid to wear. And it's almost like you're invincible. It's like you've got a blast furnace protector there, because KY Poopy's nestled next to you with the fire. It's like, you're invincible. Yeah, and you do look like you're really comfortable in that outfit too. It looks like it's the ultimate. I bet that set you back about a couple $100. I'm gonna guess $200-300. Is that about right? I don't know where his P-tube is, Chucklehead Charlie. It's not my business, okay? I'm featured. Yes, thank you, Mad Dog. Anyway, folks, we're having fun here at Friday night, Freedom Friday, and I'm your host with the most. We've been having a lot of experiences tonight, talking about things. We've determined that this ISIS threat may be real in some cases, but many times it's just a bunch of countries looking for us to get more involved in war. And getting out of Syria, I'm okay with that. I am. But I'm not doing it because I support Vladimir Putin. Nor do I want to get out of Syria because I'm afraid of what's going to happen to the poor Syrian people. I want to get out of Syria because this group, essentially the Israel, US, NATO, Qatar, Saudi Arabia, and Turkey alliance, has been making major control efforts at Syria and pretty much pushing the envelope on peace. And they do it for financial gain, control of the regional resources, in this case oil, engineering of political and racial tension, like the Kurds and the hostilities, justification for mass surveillance and monitoring of the global population, and centralization of power. And that's why I don't think we should be in Syria. But these people want us to be in Syria, and that's why they created this concept of ISIS, where groups and individual donors within these nation states have vested interest in keeping the war on terror alive, and as well for as long as possible, so as to further their agendas. So, lots of things wrong with that scenario. And that's one of the reasons why I want to be out of Syria, but not because Putin wants me out. Trump clearly is doing whatever Putin wants. He's not in this to stop the New World Order. And I have a feeling that the New World Order already bought Putin. They own him. He's a very rich guy, very greedy. They say Putin has up to $200 billion. Yeah. Yeah. So apparently even he's buyable. Anyway, we had a great show last night. I was a stump. You can imagine me being a stump. I was a very big stump. Yes, indeed. And I actually pulled that stump out of my backyard because I was going to be Trump's stump, you know. The guy that hasn't done anything for the past 3 years except complain about how he's picked on. And all you Republicans going, oh yes, Trump is really picked on by so many people. Oh, you poor guy. Oh, the media just hates him and he's stopping the deep state, you know. Yeah, sure. Trump is owned by the deep state. That sex tape that they have on him is probably being used against him. It's true, but do we really need to talk about IQs? Mr. E. Tout says, nice shades. Thanks, man. Max got shades like these over at Home Depot, so maybe they've got one available for you. They're like workman's shades. I didn't realize I thought they were Gucci's for a while, but I have another pair of shades that I just had fixed. I went to an optometrist, and for $1 I had a screw put in this. So then people wouldn't say that I have a screw loose. One of my screws came out of these glasses. I like these glasses a lot. You want to know my favorite glasses I'm hoping to get for Christmas? Maui Jims. Turns out Costco has them. Yeah. I'm going to look at Costco when I'm over there and see if I can get them. Choose your region. Yeah. Okay. I guess British Columbia, even though I'm not really in British Columbia. Yeah, these are cool. These ones right here. Maui Jims have the best polarization of any glass in the market, according to this optometrist I went to. But I'm going to get them without the rims, the rimless. I don't think Costco has them. Those are pretty cool, aren't they? Yeah. I don't know what the cost is at Costco, but these things generally run like $200. Yeah, $154. Yeah. Anyway, if I get an improvement on the glasses, it'll be that. All right, thank you. Are you saying something over at Twitch? Sorry, I've been inattentive to your chat. Yeah. Still waiting for source of any of the ideas, things you claim, but nothing is given. Captain Marrow. Yeah, the source of all my ideas come from the universal knowledge. I'm a centrist. I'm right in the middle of the political spectrum. Mystic Critic says, yeah, Black Lives Matter. I do agree. I care. I don't want discrimination against anybody. Black, white, Hispanic, Asian. I also don't want anyone to call me a racist just because I did a blackface video. Because I have freedom of speech. And look at Trudeau. He did a blackface, 3 different pictures taken in blackface, and they voted for him again. So don't hold that against me. I'm not racist. I was just making fun of Barack Obama, and I couldn't do it in whiteface. So,
hey there, buddy. How you doing? What's going on?
Hey, Rodney. How are you? Hey, we have another visitor over at our camera. Cool. Sexy Chips. Oh man, did you put a plastic bag over your head to be like Shiny Puffy Coat? Between you and Shiny Puffy Coat and KY Poopy, we got an all-star cast here. KY Poopy's he's dealing with life rape issues. Shiny Puffy Coat has a reaction to electromagnetic pulse or electromagnetic wave energy. And Sexy Chips, you are just the funniest guy on the internet. You've made a name for yourself. Everybody knows who you are. Can you give me a wave, Sexy Chips? To know that you're real? It could just be a still photo of him. Yeah, I think it is. Yeah. It's just, he did a Photoshop of a guy with a hefty bag over. Oh. Okay, Sexy Chips, you're not real. Yeah, you're not even alive. Okay. Well, Shiny Puppy Coat has the all-time best, coolest outfit. If you can't show me a high five, Sexy Chips, I'm just going to let you park there. Oh, wow, you're in there. Oh, my gosh, look at this. He's out there, man. It's Sexy Chips. Yeah, you're an online internet success. I see that. You should do a YouTube show like that guy was showing you. Seriously. You could make $14 million just being yourself. He's trying to show off his muscles. Okay, we'll move you over to the side. Yeah, you could be a YouTube star. All you have to do is avoid talking about anything that means anything to you. The rooms are the same. Whatever. 14-year-old genius solves blind spots. Whoa. This is exciting. Gizmodo. Freedom Friday is kind of fun and fancy free. I shift, subject to subject. You'll have to put up with that. 14-year-old genius solves blind spots. Using some relatively inexpensive and readily available technology you can find at any well-stocked electronics store, Elena Gassler, a 14-year-old inventor from West Grove, Pennsylvania, came up with a clever way to eliminate the blind spot created by the thick pillars in the side of a car windshield. Look at that. Yeah, she came up with a way of projecting the car behind you onto the side of your car. That is brilliant. That is a really good idea with video cameras and probably a little projector. You go, girl. Gassler's actually too young to have a driver's license in most states and never experienced the frustration of trying to see around those pillars while driving, but that didn't stop her from tackling a problem that automakers have largely ignored. Her solution involves installing an outward-facing webcam on the outside of a vehicle windshield pillar and then projecting a live feed from the camera onto the inside of that pillar. Custom 3D printed parts allowed her to perfectly align the projected image so that it seamlessly blends with what the driver sees through the passenger window and the windshield, essentially making the pillar invisible. Well, isn't that special? Yeah. Elena Gassler. It's too bad Greta Thunberg can't come up with great ideas like Loretta. Yeah, Elena. Yeah. Poor Greta can't think like that. Yeah, she's got Asperger's. She can't solve the world's problems. She just can complain about the world's problems. And here this young lady is doing something important at 14 years old. We should applaud her. Yeah. Reddit filtered versus unfiltered. Wow. Yeah, this is you're on Plenty of Fish, you're trying to date a young lady, and you meet this one person has the perfect picture, This is what the filter does, and the unfiltered. So, yeah. It's bound to give you a kind of a fake impression of the lady you're talking to on the other side. When you meet her at a coffee shop, you're like, "Hi, are you the lady in the picture?" Not. That happened to me. I was a newbie. I'm going to share my stories on Friday night. I was a newbie to the internet dating experience. This is before I met Sarah. And I met some woman on an IRC chat room. I got into my own local IRC chat room, and I met her. No, I don't need a code. Are you offering? And I met this woman, and she came out to visit me, where I live, in my area. It was a nightmare. It was an absolute nightmare. I saw a picture of her. Of course, it's only a headshot, but when you finally get to meet I met her. She was like 200 pounds and 5'1". Anyway, we went on a date. Yeah. Like a coffee special. It was just like we met for coffee. That was about it. And then I got to know her a little bit better. She invited me to a party in the area it was an IRC chat party. So I met her another day in the area because she was in the area, and oh my God, she got the power. She was a completely incompatible person to me. She accused me of being a neat freak, and I couldn't believe how slobbish she was. It was beyond belief how dirty her whole car was too. I looked inside the car, and the entire inside of her vehicle had dog lick marks over every piece of the window. It was unbelievable. Imagine not being able to see out of your window because it has dog lick marks all over the place. And then the ashtrays hadn't been dumped because, of course, she was a smoker. I didn't know that when I met her. And did she have a drinking issue? Oh, yeah. She suggested we get one of those big dispenser wine things, you know, the boxes. They make, in California, they make boxes of wine in a metallic envelope. Anyway, we got this box of wine, right? And we went over and visited a friend. I think it was the third date I was on. I couldn't believe I was on these dates. I was like, well, I just want to see what it's like to date, you know? I didn't have the physical attraction. That was not happening. But it was just one heck of a newbie experience, I'll tell you. I don't think I've ever had a similar experience in my life. But she finished the whole box. It was like, okay, you're going to do the box. I had because I don't drink, I had like that much wine. And she finished the box. So, but yeah, that's like one of those many nightmare experiences you're bound to run into. So if you're not willing to take a risk and have a nightmare experience, you'll never meet a wonderful woman like Sarah. Yeah, so you have to actually pay your dues, so to speak. We've got more coverage on the California fires here. Let's take a look at this. You got the power. So, you know, if you really like Trump, I'm sorry for you. But the good thing is he stole over 15 of my ideas, so you'll probably like me eventually, too. Yeah, it's just amazing how many ideas he kept taking from me. And everyone on our show knows this happened. It was like they saw it happen right before our very eyes. Southern California wildfires caused thousands of evacuations. Okay, while this is spinning into position, let's check the... There we go.
Wildfires erupting around Northern California. Mandatory evacuations are now underway amid another blackout as PG&E shuts off power to nearly 500,000 people. Fox News' Claudia Cowan is live in Geyserville, California for us. Claudia, what a background you have. My God, what's happening there?
David, I'm going to step out of the way here to set the scene. This is one of several properties destroyed in this fire. Unclear if this was housing or storage. A house behind those flames does appear to be okay, and so far, no word of any injuries. At last report, the fire here, the Kincade fire, had not grown any bigger. It's still at 10,000 acres, but 0% contained, and continues to threaten homes and vineyards. This area is in the heart of Sonoma wine country, usually bustling with tourists, but not today, with mandatory evacuation orders for nearly 2,000 residents. After delays this morning caused by smoke and wind, a massive air attack is well underway, and that should make a big difference as some 500 firefighters work to get the upper hand. And while we don't know what caused this fire, this is exactly what Pacific Gas and Electric was hoping to prevent by shutting off the power for the second time this month. Forced blackouts began yesterday and reached from the Sierra foothills to the Bay Area, affecting some 180,000 homes and businesses in fire-prone areas, including parts of Sonoma County, where this wildfire has scorched 15 square miles. The winds have started to really die down. Some of the red flag warnings have been lifted, David, and PG&E says it hopes to restore power to customers that lost it within 48 hours. But all of this comes as another even stronger wind event looms in the forecast for this weekend, and with it, the chance of yet another planned outage. David, if it happens, and it is expected to, it would be the third time this month that PG&E has pulled the plug in the name of wildfire prevention. prevention.
Wow. And yet you have this going on. It's the most beautiful acreage in the whole country. It's just a shame to see that go. Claudia, thank you very much.
Thank you, Claudia, and thank you, David. And I'm David signing out. Thank you. Thanks for being David. Why U.S. teachers have been walking out of schools nationwide. There's a lot of concern, yeah. California, Washington, Oregon has been okay, but back east to South Carolina, they had a major strike recently over pay. Chicago teachers strike left more than 300,000 students missing lessons. The 25,000 teachers went on strike on October 17th, demanding pay raises, resource improvements, and school staffing increases, and even solutions to the city's pricey housing. Illinois is one of the worst states to pay their employees. I mean, they've got a major budget crisis. Even people that win the lotto in Illinois oftentimes don't even collect until much later. They're running out of money in Illinois. They've got a big budgetary crisis constantly. Those yoga pants look great, yes. Like stuffed sausage, walking sauna suit, chastity suit. Oh my God. Oh my God. You got the power? Okay, Sexy Chips is having a battle of wits with Shiny Puffy Coat. Boy, our chat room at iVlog is really kicking into gear. Puffy's a hero, Dave. Yeah, I know. You guys are great. Well, I'm sorry for the teachers. I'm sorry for the way things are in Chicago. I'm sorry for the way things are in Chicago. It's a John Denver song, I think. Hey, there's a Giphy. Look at that cat playing with a little... Oh, that's so cute. Bless it. Bless it. Oh, the special kitty. I've got an older cat I cater to. The love of my life right now. Well, of course, Sarah's the love of my life. But my cat, I love my cat too. And she is precious. 17 years old. I keep her going. Today I bought CBD oil for her. Yeah, she kept her link up. And we couldn't get over this confrontation that happened just 2 days ago, or yesterday actually, on the NOAA show. Yeah, let's play it.
The mystery could...
How did you kill Jeffrey Epstein? Because you're not in power, but you have all the power. I really need to understand how you do what you do. Because you seem to be behind everything nefarious, and yet you do not use it to become president. What is the game plan?
Well, Trevor.
But honestly, though, what does it feel like being the boogeyman of the right?
Well, it's a constant surprise to me.
Like, I don't think that she murdered 50, but like, what if she murdered 2? And so you just think it's this like constant erosion.
It's like a bad dream that she can't wake up from. A requiem for a dream. They're laughing about who murdered Epstein on late night television. It seems like Hillary's back. She's coming back. They're trying to soften the entry, if you will. And the...
Okay, that's Ron Johnson. I'll be playing that later tonight. Yeah, the Trevor Noah show is just absolutely... I mean, boy, they really dumped into the ground there when Jon Stewart left. It's like, is it even funny? And now he's trivializing something as serious as the Hillary body count. The Clinton body count is up to over 150 people dead. And they make a joke about it. Is that you? Okay, I just wanted to make sure that was you. I thought it was somebody at the door. Anyway, I thought that would be interesting. I'll watch that tonight with you guys. Yeah, that'll be fun. Welcome to November. Remains of a terrifying ancient sea monster that measured up to 30 feet long have been uncovered in Poland. Wow. Croc gobbler remains of an ancient 30-foot sea monster. Crocodiles, 150 million years old, found in Poland.
I just don't believe the sun. I don't know. It's just all...
I don't blame you, but there's some photographs of fossils. You know, that's
Okay,
almost
that's
legitimate.
true.
You know.
Yeah, maybe it is legitimate.
Yeah, there's a breakthrough study with the 2 million year old ice. Did you want to watch that? I mean, I'll leave
I
that.
already
On
did.
Okay, you did that. Okay, let me get rid of that link.
And that's what people were complaining about, that I went on a climate change.
I think it's okay. And Donald Trump has a bunch of GOP lawmakers are going to give him advice because Trump never prepared for an impeachment hearing. Giuliani was his only attorney for the past 6 or 7 months while he was heading toward impeachment. So these GOP guys are going to give him some tips, and you know, maybe they'll give him some way of backtracking from obstruction of justice and trying to change the audio. Did you hear he redacted the audio transcript to not include Biden?
Oh.
So when we were talking about, you know, there's no mention of Biden, he said, in the quid pro quo. It turns out that Donald Trump redacted the copy, and now he hired a new attorney to put the copy of the audio tape in a lockbox, a highly secret lockbox that only the top intel can look at. He secured the audio tape, much like Nixon did with the audio tape he had with the Watergate hearings.
David needs to eat his potatoes, Bengalitis.
Yeah, I've got some potatoes on the grill. Of course.
The potatoes I like are fried potatoes.
Yeah, I don't blame you. You know, for me, I just grew up
Or
on
mashed potatoes. I don't.
Yeah, mashed potatoes are good. But for me, potatoes are a staple, and I'm basically the kind of person that likes potatoes. I'll be back. Thank you.
I don't think likes is even.
I love potatoes, yeah.
David does.
Okay, thank you.
He loves potatoes and eggs. There's this person we met that eats potatoes and eggs for breakfast every day. And I think David would be that kind of person. Except he's not that much of a breakfast person. Well. Anyway, I'm not a potato fan and I'm not an egg fan. Weird. And I also decided I don't like Swiss cheese, don't like ham, I don't like bologna, I don't like hot dogs. I've become very picky. I used to not be such a picky person, but or maybe I was always picky, I just didn't realize I was that picky because I didn't really try those foods. You like the potato and egg thing? Yeah. I like potatoes only if they're fried with butter. They have to have enough butter in them for me to like potatoes. That's, I guess, it. You think I should drop acid? No, thank you. Not gonna happen, Jim Brewski. No desire. I have no desire to drop acid. Sarah, rumor is Shiny Puffy Coat was invented to be a Doctor Who character. He does look like he belongs in a sci-fi show. Except his hand is exposed to the air. Other than that, I like his full-on Mylar shiny jacket. It's definitely shiny and puffy. And it's a coat. But he has to have his fingers available to type. Sarah, it seems that bag of lunch on... Oh, it's not just a jacket. It's a full-on shiny puffy suit. With, like, what does it zip up in the back or something? Oh, okay, misanthropy. Does somebody help you with the zipper? I mean, that's pretty impossible. As long as it feels good, I guess that's alright. Friend zipped you in. Nice. How many days can you last in that thing? Oh, he comes back from the store in a few hours. Okay, good. I was gonna say, like, do you live in that for like a couple days? I'd be like, ew, my own stench. I need to get out of here. That would be me. But, oh man, speaking of that, I feel like maybe I should take a bath tonight or a shower. Yeah, I can't go to the bathroom in that shiny puffy coat. You definitely feel like you're an astronaut in that. But you can breathe through the aluminum. Is that like specially made? Where in the world would you get something like that? You didn't zip it up in front, huh? That's interesting. It's a custom suit, but not zipped up in the front. You would think that you would want it zipped up in the front. Anyway, that's all fine. You eat whatever doesn't make you puke or gag. What are you down to, like just potato chips? I don't know. As long as it doesn't also make you constipated, then I guess it's fine. Yes, do not wear what shiny puffy coat has worn. He's a professional. Busybody, you'll hose me down? Okay. Oh man, I probably should at least soak my feet. That would be good. Oh, I think I'm gonna give myself a leg rub. You're like, Sarah, what were you doing for the last 5 minutes? Giving myself a leg rub. Oh man. Candy and chips make up half your diet. Got it. Do you have any vegetables at all, Miss Anthropy? No, some kids, all they eat is cheese sticks, but then it just is not good for their system. Then they have, they really need more fiber in their diet. And no, I don't think Trump will do a fireside chat reading any transcripts. He might do one with a, just on the fly, but definitely not reading the transcript. Literacy has to be involved for that to happen, so. Oh, hello, Pilkins. My name is Sarah, and this is America's Third Party. I'm also broadcasting on other sites if I don't respond. David will give me a massage. That's a good point, Busybod. You want the tree lady back? But I'm giving that costume back to my friend. I asked her if she wants it back, and she said, yeah, sometime. So I guess she wants it back. Otherwise I would have been tree lady every year. I know. Yes, I'd be nice, Miss whatever sexy chips person, be nice. Why don't we do a reading of the transcript? Wait, which transcript are you talking about? Space Shuttle. Shadow says hello. The Ukraine, call Ukraine. Okay, give me a link. Link me. Oh, gosh. I could be the Ukraine guy and David could be Trump. True. Oh, tell my friend that I borrowed the costume from that Shadow 2K said to tell you you did an incredible costume and to say hello. Oh, this just feels great. I'm working on my thigh right now. No, I will never do that. Sexy Chips, I'll never say that. I'm sure Bangladesh there has been times. David just doesn't seem to have the same relationship, but David would probably also ban his best friends at times. Yeah, it just happens, slow modes. Oh, here it is, whitehouse.gov. Oh, goodness. I wish there was a different one besides the White House one. Unclassified. Unclassified. Declassified by order of the President, September 24th, 2019. Memorandum of telephone conversation. Subject, telephone conversation with President Zelensky of Ukraine. Participants, President Zelensky of Ukraine. Note takers, the White House Situation Room. Date, time, and place, July 25th, 2019. 1:03 to 1:33 a.m. Eastern Daylight Time. Residents, from the residents. Congratulations on a great victory. We all watched from the United States and you did a terrific job. Wait, that's not probably. Anyway, the way you came from behind, somebody who wasn't given much of a chance, and you ended up winning easily. It's a fantastic achievement. Congratulations. President Zelensky. You're absolutely right, Mr. President. We did win big and we worked hard for this. We worked a lot. But I would like to confess to you that I had an opportunity to learn from you. We used quite a few of your skills and knowledge and were able to use it as an example for our elections. And yes, it is true that these were unique elections. We were in a unique situation that we were able to achieve a unique success. I'm able to tell you the following. The first time you called me to congratulate me when I won my presidential election, and the second time you are now calling me when my party won the parliamentary election. I think I should run more often so you can call me more often and we can talk over the phone more often. Ha ha ha, that's a very good idea. I think your country is very happy about that. Caution, a memorandum of a telephone conversation is not a verbatim transcript of a discussion. The text in this document records the notes and recollection of a Situation Room duty officers and NSC policy staff assigned to listen and memorialize the conversation in written form as the conversation takes place. A number of factors can affect the accuracy of the record, including poor telecommunication connections and variations in accent and/or interpretation. The word inaudible is used to indicate portions of a conversation that the note taker was unable to hear. Baseball caps. Don't worry, be happy. Baseball caps. That is my theory. Oh, you think David and I should be an acorn and a bird? That's pretty funny. Yes, totally. And, you know, don't trap your sweat glands. But did they wear them? Did they? When they were young, possibly. I am not related to any other, no, not Beth Hart, not that I'm aware of. Yeah, and you know what happens to them? Don't worry, be happy. Well, yarmulkes, yeah, exactly. Yarmulkes are for a reason. Oh, wait, you're giving me his voice?
Це дуже велика контроверсія сьогодні, ви знаєте.
Нічого страшного, ми до всього готові. У нас незалежна країна.
Okay, Nash good. Okay, let me see. Well, yes, to tell you the truth, we are trying to work hard because we wanted to drain the swamp here in our country. We brought in many new people, not the old politicians, not the typical politicians, because we want to have a new format and a new type of government. You are a great teacher for us in that. Well, it's very nice. I don't know, Trump's. Are you going to give me a link to Trump's one? Well, it's very nice of you to say that. I will say that we do a lot for Ukraine. We spend a lot of effort doing, and they should be helping you more than they are. Germany does almost nothing for you, and all they do is talk, and I think it's something that you should really ask them about. When I was speaking to Angela Merkel, she talks Ukraine, but she doesn't do anything, and a lot of the European countries are the same way, so I think it's something you want to look at. But the United States has been very good to Ukraine. I wouldn't say that it's been reciprocal necessarily, because things are happening that are not good, but the United States has been very good to Ukraine. Yes, you're absolutely right. Not only 100%, but actually 1000%. And I can tell you the following. I did talk to Angela Merkel, and I did meet with her. I also met and talked with Macron and told them that they are not doing quite as much as they need to be doing on the issues with the sanctions. They're not enforcing the sanctions. They are not working as much as they should work for Ukraine. It turns out that even though logically the European Union should be our biggest partner, but technically the United States is a much bigger partner than the European Union, and I'm very grateful to you for that, because the United States is doing quite a lot for Ukraine, much more than the European Union, especially when we're talking about sanctions against the Russian Federation. I would also like to thank you for the great support in the area of defense. We're ready to continue to cooperate for the next steps. Specifically, we're almost ready to buy more Javelins from the United States for defense purposes. Trump lays out that the aid was to buy Javelin missiles from the U.S. that they can't buy from Germany. So why bring Germany into this? Oh, here it is. I would like you to do us a favor, though. Do me a favor. Because our country has been through a lot, and Ukraine knows a lot about it. I would like you to find out what happened with this whole situation with Ukraine. They say CrowdStrike, I guess. You have one of your wealthy people, the server, they say Ukraine has it. Are a lot of things that went on. The whole situation. I think you're surrounding yourself with some of the same people. I would like to have the Attorney General call you or your people, and I would like you to get to the bottom of it. As you saw yesterday, that whole nonsense ended with a very poor performance by a man named Robert Mueller. An incompetent performance, but they say a lot of it started with Ukraine. Whatever you can do, it's very important that you do it if that's possible. Zelensky, yes, it is very important for me, and everything that you just mentioned earlier for me as a president is very important, and we are open for any future cooperation. We are ready to open a new page on cooperation in relations between the United States and Ukraine. For that purpose, I just recalled our ambassador from United States, and he will be replaced by a very competent, very experienced ambassador who will work hard on making sure that our two nations are getting closer. I would also like and hope to see him having your trust and your confidence and have personal relations with you so we can cooperate even more so. I will personally tell you that one of my assistants spoke with Mr. Giuliani just recently. And we are hoping very much that Mr. Giuliani will be able to travel to Ukraine, and we will meet once he comes to Ukraine. I just wanted to assure you once again that you have nobody but friends around us. I will make sure that I surround myself with the best and most experienced people. I also wanted to tell you that we are friends. We are great friends, and you, Mr. President, have friends in our country, so we can continue our strategic partnership. I also plan to surround myself with great people, and in addition to that investigation, I guarantee as the President of Ukraine that all the investigations will be done openly and candidly. That I can assure you. Well, I was asked by somebody to read this, so I am. The President, good, because I heard you had a prosecutor who was very good and he was shut down, and that's really unfair. A lot of people are talking about that. The way they shut your very good prosecutor down, and you had some very bad people involved. Mr. Giuliani is a highly respected man. He was the mayor of New York City, a great mayor, and I would like him to call you. I will ask him to call you along with the Attorney General. Rudy very much knows what's happening, and he is a very capable guy. If you could speak to him, that would be great. The former ambassador from the United States, the woman, was bad news, and the people she was dealing with in the Ukraine were very bad news. So I just want to let you know that. And the other thing, there's a lot of talk about Biden's son. That Biden stopped the prosecution, and a lot of people want to find out about that. So whatever you can do with the Attorney General would be great. Biden went around bragging that he stopped the prosecution. So if you can look into it, sounds horrible to me. Zelensky, I wanted to tell you about the prosecutor. First of all, I understand and I'm knowledgeable about the situation. Since we have won the absolute majority in our parliament, the next prosecutor general will be 100% my person, my candidate, who will be approved by the parliament and will start as a new prosecutor in September. He or she will look into the situation specifically to the company that you mentioned in this case, in this issue. The issue of the investigation of the case is actually the issue of making sure to restore the honesty. So we will take care of that, and we will work on the investigation of the case. On top of that, I would kindly ask you if you have any additional information that you can provide to us. It would be very helpful for the investigation to make sure that we administer justice to our country with regard to the ambassador to the United States from Ukraine. As far as I recall, her name was Inovovich. It was great that you were the first one who told me that she was a bad ambassador, because I agree with you 100%. Her attitude toward me was far from the best, as she admired the previous president and she was on his side. She would not accept me as new president well enough. President Trump, well, she's going to go through some things. I will have Mr. Giuliani give you a call, and I'm also going to have Attorney General Barr call, and we will get to the bottom of it. I'm sure you'll figure it out. I heard the prosecutor was treated very badly, and he was a very fair prosecutor, so good luck with everything. Your economy is going to get better and better, I predict. You have a lot of assets. It's a great country. I have many Ukrainian friends. They're incredible people. Zelensky, I would like to tell you that I also have quite a few Ukrainian friends that live in the United States. Actually, last time I traveled to the United States, I stayed in New York near Central Park. I stayed at the Trump Tower. I will talk to them and I hope to see them again in the future. I also wanted to thank you for your invitation to visit the United States, specifically Washington, D.C. On the other hand, I also want to assure you that we will be very serious about the case. We'll work on the investigation. As to the economy, there's much potential for our two countries. And one of the issues that's very important for Ukraine is energy independence. I believe we can be very successful in cooperating on energy independence with the United States. We are already working on cooperation. We are buying American oil, but I'm very hopeful for a future meeting. We will have more time and more opportunities to discuss these opportunities and get to know each other better. I would like to thank you very much for your support. Trump. Good. Well, thank you very much, and I appreciate that, and I will tell Rudy and Attorney General Barr to call. Thank you. Whenever you would like to come to the White House, feel free to call. Give us a date. We'll work that out. I look forward to seeing you. Zelensky, thank you very much. I would be very happy to come and Would be very happy to meet you with you personally and get to know you better. I'm looking forward to our meeting, and I would also like to invite you to visit Ukraine and come to the city of Kiev, which is a beautiful city. We have a beautiful country which would welcome you. On the other hand, I believe that on September 1st we will be in Poland, and we can meet in Poland hopefully. After that, it might be a very good idea for you to travel to Ukraine. We can either take my plane and go to Ukraine, or we can take your plane, which is probably better than mine. Trump, okay, we can work that out. I look forward to seeing you in Washington and maybe in Poland, because I think we're going to be there at that time. Zelensky, thank you very much, Mr. President. President Trump, congratulations on a fantastic job you've done. The whole world was watching. I'm not sure it was so much of an upset, but congratulations. Thank you, Mr. President. Bye-bye. End of conversation. All right, read the whole thing. It does not say anything about holding back money. It says about investigating that. It was Space Shuttle. America is the best one. 15 viewers. Moment of silence for 15 viewers. Not just 15, 61 viewers? They all decided to leave. Oh, there's been no drop in viewers. They actually like to hear me read. Probably not with the voices, though. It would just be normal. My normal voice would be fine. Alright. That didn't take 30 minutes. That's how much time that phone call took. So I guess there was some other stuff that was dropped in there.
That's good. That worked out great. Your hair looks really nice. That conditioner worked good. Okay. What have you been talking about?
We were talking, well, I just read the Trump Zelensky.
Oh, yeah. Oh, the actual
exchange.
Testimony?
Well, but with the caveat that it says this is not a word for word. A memorandum of telephone conversation is not a verbatim transcript of a discussion. The text is in this document records the notes and recollection of Situation Room duty officers and NSC policy staff assigned to listen and memorialize the conversation in a written form as the conversation takes place.
So it's just how people remember it. It's crazy. You know, if it comes down to no audio recording, and I've yet to really verify this, we are definitely looking at a cover-up by Donald Trump. Yeah, if they do not release the audio recording, and it's been put in a lockbox, supposedly a classified lockbox, which is bizarre. Nothing like this should be put in a classified lockbox. We never got a single transcript of Donald Trump talking to Putin. And it turns out he's talked to him 16 times since he became president. There's no audio recording? Okay. Then we are going to be relying on the testimony of other people. And that's exactly how it's going to go down. So 12 people have already said he talked about Joe Biden.
Well, it's actually in there, him talking about Biden's son.
Yeah, so he actually talks about it.
But he's not saying that he's withholding any money.
Exactly, that part was redacted. Yeah, the quid pro quo part of Joe Biden was redacted. So it'll come down to 12 people, with all of which say that, and then Trump will say, "Oh, they're all clearly biased, every one of them." Thanks, Sarah. That's not true. No, there were audio recordings of a lot of people. John Kennedy put together reel-to-reel audio systems in the wall. And we have complete audio libraries of JFK talking. We have Jimmy Carter. I'm sure we've got audio transcripts. They just don't want to say what they are. I mean, obviously, Donald Trump has been walking around going, well, using bad words. Let's just put it that way. Not exactly becoming of the president, right? I know Kennedy is the one who saw all these things. That's why they're still there. The reel-to-reel recording devices are still in the walls. They just have to hit the on button. They're recording continuously, loop to loop, and re-recording over it. I'm amazed that the Secret Service hasn't been in on that. Well, I got to tell you, what did you pay for that puffy coat? I want to know. And Sexy Chips feels really left out. I think Sexy Chips is going to end up becoming kind of a CGI character eventually. Nice, close match though, Sexy Chips. Yeah. What did you pay for that? How much did you pay? You don't want to even answer how much you paid for the coat? I think $300, right? It's medium weight, and you paid $40 for the Eddie Bauer. $500 he paid for that coat, folks. Well, you spared no expense for your quality comfort in your life. It's good. Custom snowsuit. Whoa, that's cool. You know, I'm beginning to wonder if that isn't what I should get when I want to have a completely zero thermal layer. You know, I'll bet you could walk out right now and the infrared search devices on the helicopters flying over your house wouldn't even see you. You know, the search and rescue device that has the infrared seek finder. Yeah, they've got a little pad down there. They can look at everybody in the house. Oh, look at those two people. They're having sex. Oh, yeah, you clearly see they're on top of each other. Oh, yeah. That's what they do. They clearly fly over my house all the time. I don't know why. I'm sure they're looking at something. When Trump starts asking about CrowdStrike and would like him to call the Attorney General to get rid of the bottom of it. Yeah, the issue is after Zelensky says they're almost ready to buy more javelins from the United States for defense purposes, Trump starts asking about CrowdStrike and would like him to call the Attorney General to get to the bottom of it. Yeah. It's always, with Trump, it's always he wants something for something. And that's been the problem with the Chinese negotiations. They're afraid to tell everybody that Trump has been asking for little side deals like his 38 trademarks okayed, as long as, you know, we hand over West Virginia mining rights to the Chinese government. Yeah, we gave over West Virginia mining rights in exchange for 38 trademarks that Trump and Ivanka got. One of them was the Trump escort service. Doesn't that beg the question, is Donald Trump a pimp? I mean, is that possible? It does look like he was. Trump International was never sued over a name change violations, and no cease and desist order was ever filed by the Trump administration, as far as my research goes. So Trump International was using their name as an escort service at Trump hotels, and Trump didn't have any problem with that? I don't know. The escort service, the Trump hotels, making money. He makes 255 times what he would normally as a salary doing these side deals with the hotels. You got to wonder if this guy isn't just trolling the whole country. I mean, seriously, people. We're getting literally taken to the cleaners by this guy. And he's dragging us down. Screwing up relations with China. Trade barriers are beginning to form, which we didn't even need to have. He won't budge on releasing Meng, the CFO of Huawei. He's using it as a tool in the bargaining coming up when he does talk to them. The Trump the stump, yeah. He's doing all this. I'm not making any of this up, man. But we did kick you out. Thanks, Add the One. The problem with you Republicans is you refuse to listen to the story. You just see it as blinding light from CNN. And it's all fake news to you. As much as you'd like to delve into what we on the left and in the middle of the political spectrum have seen, we've been monitoring everything, and you've been in La La Land watching porn. Yeah, wondering, gee, I'm just so glad I voted for Trump. Oh yeah, he's such a great guy. Yeah, that's the problem. We got a lot of Halloween slides from the show last night. Trump the Stump had a big appearance. I did an AI system with Ham, and Ham and I got together. Stump the Trump was a big success. Donald Trump in 1984, what did he say?
New York City and the New Jersey General's owner sitting with us.
Oh, great. We had Donald Trump from 1983. I hope USFL doesn't charge me and monetize this clip. Well, that'll be good. I'll just put it in the lineup tonight.
Mr. Marvin Warner, who is a native son of this great state and has got to be very happy with the big crowd we've got today. First, as the visitor, Donald, let's welcome you to the community of the USFL, and your intense interest in merchandising, I think, has been striking from the very beginning.
Well, thank you very much. In 4 years, 3 of my top executives at the local casinos will die in a helicopter accident, and I will announce to the news, this is great press, and everyone will love it. You know, the future Donald Trump, he was almost laying the groundwork for his ridiculous takeover of our government's Republican Party, because the Republican Party was weak, and the Russians knew that. The Russians knew that the Republicans were very ready to take on more gun rights and support guns, so they got Maria Butina, who, by the way, is on the way back home now. She's served her time. I'm not mad at you, man. I can't meet the face to the people. I'm trying to meet you right now in the chat room, and all you do is take your top off and start flexing your muscles like you're on meth or something, Sexy Chips. I'd meet you right now if you weren't so weird. And Shiny Puffy Coat, we're old buddies. We've been talking a lot. Yeah. Proving the Russian influence tougher than this? I don't think so. There's more than enough evidence that Donald Trump lied about his business dealings with Vladimir Putin. Michael Cohen even said they were cutting a deal giving Putin a $50 million penthouse suite in exchange for his role in getting the Moscow Tower built for Trump. I mean, there's more than enough evidence that Trump said, I have no business dealing with Russia right now. And then at the time, Michael Cohen was actually cutting the deal. So that's a direct lie. The fact that Donald Trump continues to lie about his tax returns, claiming at one point that he would gladly show his tax returns to everybody, and now refusing, come on. Are you people this dumb that you're being conned by a guy who's trying to lie his way through every single question that comes his way? It seems that you are. Well, I don't know. His escorts probably offered something. I mean, he had Trump International. He never sued over a name change. If he had sued over a name change, it would have been a problem. Like cease and desist, you can't use the Trump logo, this kind of thing. I don't understand why this Trump International is using my logo for an escort service in my hotels. Meanwhile, he's cutting a deal with, according to the FBI report, he was already letting the Russian mob money launder in his hotels in New York in 2013. The FBI was camped out across the street watching the Russian mob in his hotel rooms, and I'm fairly sure that he comped them the rooms. I'm pretty sure, I should say. Yeah. If that isn't a sign of Russian collusion, I don't know what is. I mean, come on. You people can't be that dumb. Well, he can drag out in his courts for a long time with the taxes and him moving to Florida, but even the fact that he's moving to Florida shows you he's guilty of something, right? I can't possibly get in front of the White House. It'd be absurd. I'd be carted away. Hey, if you can't follow my plan to build this third party, then you just aren't on board. You're not participating. I can't give you a massage. But I can give Sarah a massage, yeah. All right. We'll put that in the hopper for tonight's show. Donald Trump, the young Donald Trump. Ooh, I'm so happy that Donald Trump was so young at one point. Tonight we've got Big Trouble in Newtown. Got a video from Joko Flyer. He's going to go into depth about all the questions that still arise about Newtown and why we still don't have the complete picture. Why did the FBI declare that nobody died that year?
Well, we understand about this
situation that was shown off of InfoWars. This lady at a organized Newtown visit by Beto O'Rourke, the
Okay.
bread and circus entity only platformed about.
Okay, this is a part of the gun control. Yeah, he's going to analyze what has happened since Newtown, and he's going to go into depth. So we'll have him tonight. Joe Coe. Thanks for that. That was Scissor Fight. And then here Adam Schiff is running off with the mouth. He won't pin anything down, but it's pretty obvious that he feels confident he's going to keep moving forward despite what the Republicans are saying about, whether he's following procedure or not.
What the decision will look like. And, I would hope that if it comes to impeachment, that in the Senate, senators keep an open mind. I think every senator, if it comes to that, is going to need to ask themselves, am I really prepared to bless the actions of a president to withhold military assistance or withhold a vital meeting to a vital ally fending off Russian forces that even now occupy Ukrainian lands? Am I prepared to condone that? Am I prepared to say that's compatible with office? And what would that mean for the future of our system of checks and balances and the presidency? I hope they will give those questions the most serious consideration that they deserve.
Last question. At this point in your investigation, do you believe there is any legitimate chance that this president would be removed from office?
Look, I don't want to prejudge even what we decide in the House. We're going to finish our investigation and the public testimony, and then as a deliberative body and in consultation with our constituents and our conscience, make a decision on whether the remedy of impeachment is warranted.
Do you think there's a chance that Democrats won't go for impeachment?
I don't want to speculate about what the decision will look like. And, I would hope that if it comes to impeachment, that in the Senate, senators keep an open mind. I think every senator, if it comes to that, is going to need to ask themselves, am I really prepared to bless the actions of a president to withhold military assistance or withhold a vital meeting to a vital ally fending off Russian forces that even now occupy Ukrainian lands? Am I prepared to condone that? Am I prepared to say that's compatible with office? And what would that mean for the future of our system of checks and balances and the presidency? I hope they will give those questions the most serious consideration that they deserve.
Okay, I played it again because I want everyone to get a hold of what he said. It truly is a bigger issue. It's not just quid pro quo. It'd be easy to trivialize it and call it quid pro quo. That's no big deal. Beto has to drop out because he said he was going to tax churches. I don't know if that's the reason he's dropping out. No, if the impeachment, I don't believe it's baseless either, psych juice. My thought is that if there is a Ukrainian connection that was held over Zelensky's head, $400 billion, it does affect Ukraine's ability to defend Russia. It almost seems like Trump putting Giuliani on the case was very amateurish at the very least. At the worst case scenario is he was trying to negotiate deals so that they could make money on the side like Hunter did. That's what it looked like from the ground of the people that are testifying. They said that it was almost more business, less political. So they characterized it as a business move, that Trump and Giuliani wanted in on that money too. That's the thing that's underlying this that's even more troubling than what Adam Schiff just said. But the larger ramifications are that Trump really is working for Russia and trying desperately to throw roadblocks in front of our strong ally Ukraine getting aid from us. That's an even bigger allegation. And it connects the dots to the way he's treated with Syria, withdrawal completely from the region without any real solutions for the Kurds. A big problem there. That would be what Russia would want. And then his treatment toward NATO, which was very antagonistic. For the past 3 years, NATO has been wondering, should they develop their own forces because Trump won't work with them. That's something Putin would have wanted. And then there were no sanctions against any Russian oligarchs until about a year and a half into it. And we do know that Donald Trump, his son, met the lawyer to end sanctions for Russia. And then Donald Trump Jr.'s testimony flipped twice during the testimony. First, he said he was doing it for adoption purposes, Russian children. Then his father weighed in on it, according to Sarah Huckabee Sanders, and That's complete witness tampering, by the way. And then the testimony changed to, we're going to get dirt or emails on Clinton. And the testimony shows that no emails passed between anybody about Clinton. So Donald Trump Jr. was lying. He really was meeting the attorney to end sanctions prior to the election, meaning a quid pro quo with Russia as well. The ending the sanctions was essential to Russia helping us, or helping him rather, win this. Yeah, I was just putting my mind in his mind. So if you imagine what that would be, Donald would have offered to end sanctions with Russia, give Russia a stake in the Florida real estate industry. That must have been on the table. Offer to build a tower in Moscow dedicated to Trump, but giving a penthouse suite to Vladimir Putin. That was part of the deal. All the while putting out fires like Stormy Daniels and Karen McDougal with $450,000 that Donald Trump handed over to Michael Cohen to shun those stories from getting to the press, which is another felony FEC violation. It just goes on and on. And then we're talking obstruction of justice, firing Comey in that he was simply looking into the Russian connection. That's a big mark against Donald Trump. And then further Andrew McCabe, a direct attack on him. And then eventually, now I'm not saying the Republican investigation into Strzok and anyone else who's been working in the murky waters of the Democratic Party to try to get this thing going. I'm not saying they didn't do anything wrong. But I'm saying that the propensity or the whole weight of this entire case is really on Donald Trump's guilt, not on all the different scrimmages, Hillary ordering any secret files, the dossier. It's really on Donald Trump's guilt and the sex tape that really does exist. It really comes down to Donald Trump being behind the whole thing, willing to do a deal with Russia and the Zionist elitists to control our country and get a backdoor into our politics. So we have a serious situation on our hands. It's not some lightweight matter. And I think Adam Schiff has touched on it, but it is even more serious than he described, in my opinion. That's why I've been behind this from before the election. That's why I've been constantly hounding on this, because it really is a break point for our country to get rid of the globalists who are controlling us from within the ranks of the Russian oligarchs, who control Russia. Now they want to control America. That's what we have to keep out of our country. It's going to be tough. I'm going to need your help because we've got some really dark forces in our government. And the reason why I keep doing this is because we have to pound away at this. We can't stop. If we don't keep trying to build a third party to prevent the two parties from literally taking us down, because they're viable, they're controllable. And it's really turned our country into kind of a very iffy situation. I think we can all feel it right to the core. Right. Yeah, because we've heard so much crap from Snowden, Edward Snowden. Good point, Misanthropy. We've heard so much crap from Edward Snowden that we've become desensitized to any stories. You know, oh yeah, the NSA's watching me. Oh yeah, Donald Trump lied here, lied there. It's all big blinding amount of noise that many people, especially the Republicans, just say, hey, it's all fake news. It's all a Russian hoax. There's a lot to this, and it's just firing away from all cylinders, and we have to process it as viewers and voters. And it's not easy. And I hope I've been able to clarify it for all of you so that we know that I think the impeachment is on the right track. We've got a guy who's unrelentant in trying to make money at the White House. He doesn't stop. He just wants to look for profit every turn he can at the loss of our country's trading policy with China. And now he's doing the bidding of Vladimir Putin in Syria and other areas. It looks more and more like we have a vile situation that has to be dealt with directly, and I think impeachment is the way. There's iHack Mr. David. Apparently, you think you can hack me again in Twitch. He comes in here from some poor country that he saw a Reddit ad at, and he hacks me. Yeah, Giuliani's an Ashkenazi. Donald is surrounded by a lot of Ashkenazi Jews. They're part of his entire inner circle, and they're very greedy. Now, we were talking about the physical abnormality of Greta Thunberg and why she is clearly got some fetal alcohol syndrome symptoms. And I can understand her anger because, you know, fetal alcohol syndrome is she was literally poisoned in utero if that's the case. and her mother drank alcohol during the pregnancy, leading to her features looking like this. Every one of these aspects seemed to match her face, and she has all the fetal alcohol syndrome features, and I want to thank Tekwala for showing me this picture. Well, I don't think mongoloid, but definitely fetal alcohol syndrome. And, you know, I'm not blaming her for being a baby who has a fetal alcohol syndrome, believe me. She's a person that has respect, and we should show respect to her, but she's getting an inordinate amount of attention. And she doesn't even want to mention the chemicals that are being dumped on our heads on a daily basis, like this. And more importantly, there's photographs like this that you can't even see with the naked eye. Look at this crap that's coming in from the airplanes and jets that are flying over our heads. Look at it. It's unbelievable. So yeah, without mentioning chemtrails, it does appear like there's a problem. That video does not exist. Check it out. Are you just saying because of censorship, they knocked it out? Really? Yeah, that video has been knocked off the grid. I don't know what happened to it, Scissor Fight. No, she can have a multiplicity of focuses. You're claiming that's not her focus. No, it needs to be her focus because this is what's causing the chemical changes in our atmosphere. The mix of pollution. Every day, they're dumping chemicals on our heads every single day. And if she doesn't address it with all that coverage that she is clearly working for the people that are dumping the chemicals on our head. By simple assumptions that she's working for a police state that's using her much like the Nazis did, with children with long blonde hair. Notably, Nordic white girls with braids and red cheeks were often used in Nazi propaganda, an old Goebbels technique. Looks like today's progressive left is still learning its game from an earlier left of the 1930s. Yeah. Anyway, big problem with George Soros and his agenda. Thanks for the tiny URL. That's awesome. I wonder why it didn't work. Huh, thank you. That's not easy. Okay, we're going to see this story play out.
To our president and chief executive officer of Pacific Gas and Electric Corporation, Bill Johnson.
Thank you, Mark. Good evening, everyone. I come before you tonight as a grateful person. Grateful to be at the tail end of a string of dangerous October windows.
Wow. So these are people that have allegedly lost their houses and are now thankful they saved their home and usher in microgrids. So they're using the fires as a reason to install smart grids across the entire globe, or at least California. Wow, this is a real eye-opener. Thank you very much. Boy, these people, they don't end, do they? They just keep coming with their plans. Yeah, isn't that amazing? She looks kind of like a Nazi, I know. So I want all of you to know that Greta is pushing an agenda of the global climate change, and it is coupled with this idea of cap and trade legislation, carbon point legislation. And that is, it's like a big package they're selling, but they don't talk about the taxes that they're bringing with Greta. Greta doesn't talk about how you're going to have to pay through the nose for extra cost on your meat products or any product that has a carbon tax on it. They don't tell you that. This is the next wave of economic oppression that's coming to the average person in America. An average person is barely able to make ends meet as it is. And with this next wave, it'll push everybody who's right on the ledge of the lower middle class into total poverty in America. I'd like to know all of these things, so we're going to have answers coming up in our 10 o'clock show. I'll play those first, the two 153 News videos. Those are good. And tonight I've got a special treat. We've got William Cooper, the renowned expert on conspiracies, who literally kicked it off with discussions of the JFK assassination, possibility of alien spacecraft, or even worse, that the government's lying to us about aliens and telling us that they're aliens secretly to disturb us and to confuse us. He's got all kinds of answers to a lot of questions you may have. We got a 2-hour video for you tonight, if I can get to it all. Tomorrow night I might be a late start, and I might not even have a show. I'll tweet about it Yeah, I don't exactly know when I'll be able to start the show, but I'll see what I can do. So if you are looking on a show for tomorrow, Saturday night, expect it to be a delayed start, or just check with @ThirdParty on Twitter, and I'll tell you exactly what's happening in the evening with a tweet. Well, that's right. We're all conspiracy theorists now in the eyes of people who just believe that anyone who asks questions is a conspiracy theorist. And a lot of people have been trained to believe that. Let me tell you the simple technique that they use to make you think that everybody questioning anything is a conspiracy theorist and is a whack job. It's a very simple technique. Okay, I'll get to this in a second. See, I admitting it was behind Iran's coup. Okay, this is a new one. It's a very simple technique. You want to be accepted in the group. You're like any person in the world who wants to be accepted in the group. That's the power they work with. They want you to feel normal so that you won't be looked at as a weirdo. So the first thing they train you to do is to look at anybody who asks questions as a whack job and a weirdo, thereby making you feel better that you're normal and you're accepted by other people. No one wants to be a whack job or a weirdo in our culture. So this very powerful psychosocial mentality that's brewed in the people of acceptance and normalization is what they're working with. So when they turn around and say that anybody who asks questions about vaccines or GMOs or chemtrails or anything like that is a conspiracy theorist, therefore they're a whack job. Not do their questions have any credible points, are they really making a good, valid argument? Nothing like that. They're not applying scientific method there. They're just simply calling any conspiracy theorist a whack job. And it works pretty well. For the most part, it makes everyone fall in line like cattle. But we're smarter than that. Our population is actually much more intelligent than that. And we're not at the point where we're ready to give up the ship, but they're at the point where they're ready to take it away from us. Because they're bringing on a brand new wave of internet, Android, and robotic capability. The future will be built off machines. And the future of machines will be completely controlled by the Illuminati. They will control everything on Earth, and humans will no longer be needed. That's why you have very little time to activate and become democratically involved, or you will lose all of your rights and freedoms. Sorry, just freaking yourself out there. Pretty much. That says it all. I hate to tell you, but... Well, I'll try to enjoy Saturday. You know, sometimes when we make trips or do anything, you never know when we're going to get back because of traffic. Climate crusader Leo and Greta Thunberg hit it off in California. Oh, wonderful. So, you think Leo DiCaprio is thinking maybe she might be marriage material when she turns 18? You know, he hasn't married, has he? Yeah, Leonardo DiCaprio has not married, but he really hit it off. He says they've made a commitment to support one another, but Swedish teen admits she still doesn't know how she'll get emission-free across the Atlantic. I don't know. Well, I doubt she even took her boat across the Atlantic initially. She doesn't look like a kind of person who could handle a boat across the Atlantic. I don't buy that story. Are there any photos of her actually landing in the Atlantic coastline? I'd like to know. There they are together. I think a possible match in the future when she turns 18. They look very similar. You know, they say there's something wrong with a guy. He's been with the most beautiful women in the world, and now he's hanging out with Greta. Not that there's anything wrong with Greta. I mean, but I'm just saying she's a little young, don't you think? He's grooming her. Whoa, misanthropy. Chat room celebrity, thank you. Society is a mass psychosis. Interesting. Good. Interesting theory. I don't want anything bad to happen to Greta, and how dare you? I know this is maybe not what you want to hear, but I agree with her. How dare you? I was the same way when I was 7 years old, but not when I was 16. Hey, David, I responded to your tweet earlier. I dropped this in there. Cool. I saw that. Yeah, I played it earlier. I'll play it in our show After Hours. This is the Lolita controversy. Jeremy Irons is going to be playing in a new Lolita 2. And it really begs the question, why? You know? Apparently everything's hush-hush about the number 2 version. It's going to be a massive movie dedicated to the Lolita 1, which is seemingly all about pedophiles and one man's love of a 12-year-old girl, played by James Mason, the original. And now Jeremy Irons is going to play the role of James Mason, and James Mason. Anyway, it's coming. I'll play it later tonight. Thank you. Yeah, it's hard to understand why they want to push that agenda, but as you know, they're grooming people to be pedophiles on YouTube, as I see it. How dare you? Oh, here's a good how dare you gif. There you go. How dare you? There's 1 hour of how dare you right now. It's pretty funny.
You. How dare you? 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 How dare you?
Anyway, I think we've seen enough. How dare you? But I feel that the environment is really tragically being treated by our corporate world, and they're the ones that truly have to pay the price. But what they want to do is the ones that profit from all of the industrial waste that's being dumped into our world, both in the air and the water. Those people want us to fork the bill after we bought their products. They want us to fork the bill for their mistakes. So they parade this young lady around with George Soros backing her as a puppet for their global world order, which they want to turn into a taxation plan for you. You, and all of you are going to be taxed to hell, especially if you buy things. But if you're like me and live on water and beans and rice, you will never buy things. You will simply cook your rice and beans. You've stolen my childhood. You've stolen my dreams. How dare you? Ocean cleanup going on, really?
Hello, we're here.
Hello, hey, Boyan Slat, how are you doing, man? We haven't seen him for a couple of years. You know, he did a pretty good job of getting about 3,000 pounds of trash out of the ocean. And they're going to perfect this. But here we are checking in on the Ocean Cleanup Project.
We're at the Ocean Cleanup's headquarters, where in this video we're going to show you what's going to happen in the coming months when we're going to relaunch our system and how we've upgraded the design.
Thank you. Outstanding. I'm so glad. We'll have that tonight as well. Yeah, I really like his work, and I really respect the fact that he crowdfunded that and got $7 million, and I'm sure he bought a nice car with that, I hope. Yeah, I'm sure he pampered himself with maybe a day spa, a couple days. And oh, Karen Hudas is out. Look at that. Let's talk about Karen Hudas for a second. Oh, close up, even better.
This is Karen Hudas. I'm filming another episode in the series on the network of global corporate control. Today is the 28th of October.
I love this new look. What do you think? She's looking good. I mean, as good as you can expect with her eyebrow up pretty high. I think that eyebrow was stitched up there purposely. But it's an eyebrow of doubt. It's like constantly doubting everything. Really? Well, she is a former World Bank attorney with 20 years and left the World Bank because they were cheating, and is taking it upon herself to expose all of the corruption at the World Bank and the network of global corporate control. And she is awesome. 6 minutes with this should be really fun. I'm glad she's doing a shorter up-close video. This looks really good. I normally wouldn't say this is great, but she really knows everything about the world monetary funds that are currently being held in
our name that we can't even access.
I was actually supposed to film this today in DCTV studios, but the studio wasn't available, and I didn't want to wait another time. As you can see, there are a number of technical difficulties, but
it's better than ever as far as I'm concerned. I love it. Thank you, Karen. Awesome. I never met her, but geez, wouldn't that be nice? She's such a knowledgeable person. And now a fire update. Toll on California's patents, humidity, wind flows, current time temperatures, control.
Hi everyone, it is now November 1, 2019. Time is flying by. We're almost at the end of the year.
Well, yes, we are. And this is Kafka Winston World Never Lose Truth 2. She's got her second account. She's up to quite a few subscribers now. Let's see. Well, not really. She had 30,000 subscribers at her peak. Now she's at 4.5. So do subscribe. I've subscribed. But Karen Hudas has got a really interesting take on radio frequencies. She'll probably bring up the chemtrails. She's really along the same line I have on our show. Thanks for that link. That'll be great. I'm going to put it in tonight's show and environment. Awesome. Thanks for the links, Scissor Fight. Always good to hear from those people. And she's so regular, you know, she does these things all the time. She talks to the camera. I mean, she does more communication with online live casting than most people talk to their own loved one in their own house. She's always talking to the camera more than people talk in their own family, because she probably needs a good friend. Yeah, the CIA botched Cuba. You know, Kennedy found out he didn't provide air support to the Bay of Pigs. That's why Kennedy was hated so much by the mob. That's what we're going to hear in our show tonight with William Cooper. He talked about that. The mob really hated the Kennedys. In fact, Joe Kennedy told Bobby that you're going to be the end of you and your brother's life if you keep going against the mob. Seriously. Okay, we got this Turkish-Kurd war going on here. Yeah, I really don't think it's going to be resolved, and that's why I wanted to pull out. It's a series of problems. I can see why Donald Trump is protecting the oil wells. I just don't know why and who's profiting from the oil wells, because it certainly isn't Syria. I don't think they're going to bring Epstein back. No. The coroner was designed to throw our ideas off on, oh, well, it wasn't a suicide, now it was murder. But the coroner would have been a half-wit to think that was actually him, because the picture doesn't lie. It tells you the person that died was not Jeffrey Epstein. There's no way. There's zero evidence that Jeffrey Epstein died. Zero. I can't believe we're still having these conversations. Because our government is so inept and because the investigators don't do their job, we sit here with these questions every day in our show, and we just, I talk about them. Yeah, we pulled out of Syria because we don't need to be in Syria. The original intention in Syria was put out by Zbigniew Brzezinski, who was a global New World Order guy that wanted this Operation Majority to be implemented. You'll hear about Operation Majority from William Cooper tonight, but it's basically the New World Order that they developed in the 1980s. And they wanted to implement it strategically through areas like Syria, where they wanted to put a pipeline. And that Zbigniew Brzezinski wanted that pipeline to go right through Syria and, provide fuel to Western Europe. I don't think the Illuminati or the New World Order, if you will, really predicted that they would even need to do that, because they were working on another front. They were trying to control Russia too. So I think now that they've controlled Russia, they're more than confident they could build the Russian pipeline through that region as opposed to the Western European pipeline. So if the money talks, and if that's the rule here of politics worldwide, then the money's controlling Putin,
and just simply going to say, yeah, we don't need America there anymore. And that's why I think Donald Trump is pulling out, because Putin wants him out. So it's really just a consolidation of a different angle of the Syrian nation, controlling that nation. And Bashar al-Assad collected the power from his father. He was given the reign of power, so he didn't really earn it democratically, although I'm sure he's had his own mock elections. Anyway, the bad guy is dead. He died a couple years ago, Zbigniew Brzezinski, but his 3 children are still very active in American politics. Watch what he said, and this is the darkest force that we're facing right now, and that's the center of the dark force a few years ago. Brzezinski, on the power that they possess, these global New World Order people who don't have countries, they want to dissolve national borders, they simply want to get rid of people.
The lethality of their power is greater than ever. Their capacity to impose control over the politically awakened masses of the world is at a historical low. I once put it rather pungently, and I was flattered that the British Foreign Secretary repeated this, as follows. Namely, in earlier times, it was easier to control 1 million people, literally. It was easier to control 1 million people than physically to kill 1 million people. Today, it is infinitely easier to kill 1 million people than to control 1 million people. Today, it is infinitely easier to kill 1 million people than to control 1 million people. Today, it is infinitely easier to kill 1 million people than to control 1 million people. It is easier to kill than to control. And of course that bears directly on the use of force, particularly by societies that are culturally alien over other societies.
So that means that the arm of the New World Order will crush everyone below them and gradually get rid of people, kill them. They'll just kill off large sectors of people. In fact, there is evidence that this depopulation plan that they have put in place has a targeted goal of a 90% reduction in human population on Earth by 2030. That's only 11 years away. A lot can happen in 11 years. Oh, you did tweet a good link at me. Yes, you did. Yeah. Yeah, I'm going to play it later. I can't play it right now. In the ramifications are that they're going to monetize the Lolita scene. I'd play it for you right now, Mr. Walla. But I have it in the lineup. It's one of the first shows that plays at 10 o'clock. So I'm going to play that right now, actually. We'll go in and talk about how the government, or how this, I guess, trivialization of pedophilia, even Trevor Noah talking about Hillary Clinton killing Jeffrey Epstein yesterday, was trivializing the whole story of the Clinton body count and Jeffrey Epstein being dead or alive, trivializing it, and her laughing about it. It's really amazing how they're pulling this off with these shills like Trevor Noah. But they're trying to, they're trying to groom Hillary for a run again against Trump, believe it or not. But they've got a lot more things coming that they don't even see. The trajectory of the House hearings and the way the Senate's going to vote on the impeachment will be very interesting. And I think the Senate vote's slowly changing. I'm sensing let's abandon ship before it's too late and put somebody like John Kasich out there. If John Kasich was running as a lead Republican, it would be a lot better for the Republican Party. I like John Kasich, believe it or not. I like him as a Republican, and I've rarely ever liked Republicans. I've never liked them on almost every instance, but I like John Kasich.
So if they changed position and had a fair primary and then had somebody new, the Republican Party could be born again without that racist allegation that's hovering over Donald Trump's head. Today he was offhandedly said that Nazis weren't that bad. Yeah, he actually said that. And people don't know in the mainstream media that Donald Trump used to read Adolf Hitler's speeches before he went to bed, according to a deposition by Ivana Trump in a divorce case with him. He would go to bed reading Hitler's speeches. So there's something very weird going on with this guy. I know he only reads about a 4th or 5th grade level, but there's something very strange about his connection to Nazism. And I'm concerned too, because the same people that put Hitler in power, the Zionists, and Hitler was a Zionist, in case you didn't know, are the same people that put Biden and Trump and others in power who are also Zionists. It's a very strange connection. Anyway, we'll see you guys tomorrow, hopefully, if I get in. If I can't, I'll tweet about it because I'm just on the road and it's trafficy or something. But other than that, everything's cool. Okay, I'm going to play a song by a woman named Casey Musgrave at the end of the show. She's just absolutely, I don't know, different. I don't know, it's kind of country, but you'll notice that they're kind of urging people to be bisexuals in this country song. It's weird. I want to play it for you. Yeah, it's strange. I was listening to it today. I was like, wow, that's kind of interesting. Country lesbianism. Okay. We're going to sign off. Thank you for coming in. I'm Mr. Right. We'll see you again maybe tomorrow, hopefully.
Mr. Right, too good to be true. My world around, 'cause you're the peace I find. If you sweep me off my feet, my heart stops to beat. 'Cause you make me melt away. To beat, 'cause you make me melt away. You're my Mr. Right, my Mr. Right, too good